Just doing a mic check. Can everyone hear me? This is Mark.
Yeah, I got you, Mark.
All righty. Hey, Dr. Jenkins.
Yeah, I gotta punch out in a little bit. I got another meeting, but I'll be coming back in.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
I'm sorry, Mark, I'm on Ronnie's invite link. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so he's got his camera, when you need him, but I'll go out then.
Okay. We just wanted to make sure everyone can hear us.
Yeah, just want to let you know before I go, the evaluations will be coming to everybody's emails at 11 a.m.
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
We got
I'll see you in a little bit.
71 registered so far, so I have to get you a new list. Hey, Mr. Hughes.
Okay. Yeah.
Morning,
Give
Mark.
it to me.
Morning, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes.
Awesome.
I'm going to go off mute right now.
I think we're gonna get 500 people because it was in the paper and on the TV.
Mr. Johnson, Chaplain Johnson, that's your call.
Go lay down. Go on. Go lay down. Nope. Go lay down. No. Place.
Charlie 401 Alpha. Victor Charlie 401 Alpha. X-ray Charlie 401 Alpha.
You want us like this? Good. Good morning, everyone. I want to take this opportunity on behalf of our Board of Directors and our staff to welcome you to our first annual Second Reentry Virtual Summit in honor of Second Chance Reentry Month, which is April. We have some excellent speakers today, and we're very excited about hosting this event here at MBRC. And we do have some excellent presenters from all around the country and our local partners as well. But I also want to thank Mark Bartlett for all of his efforts and Rhonda DeVoe for all of her efforts in making sure that everything runs smoothly for today. So now I'm going to turn the conference over to Mark, and we look forward to sharing a wonderful event today. And thank you so much for taking time from your busy schedules to be part of our event. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. And as Ms. Dean said, I'd like to thank everyone for participating today. We do want to give our thoughts out to Halbert Sullivan's family. And also we'd like to send out a little prayer to Mr. Grinstead's family also too. We just spoke yesterday, but we do welcome you to our first Second Chance Virtual Reentry Month. And we are proud to have some of the best speakers in the country, nationally, locally, and throughout the state to be involved with this whole process. So hopefully we'll welcome you, and we would like for you to participate as much as you can. Hopefully everyone received the program booklet that we sent out and the agenda. So we're gonna go to our first speaker, who is Pastor Tony Loudon.
How you doing, Mark?
Hey, good morning.
Good morning. How's everybody doing today?
All righty, is Mr. Porter available?
Yes, sir. I'm here. I'm honored and privileged to be a part of this. Thank you guys for allowing me to be a part of this. And I would love to just give a little bit of rules of engagement. Everyone, please mute during the presentation. Also, if there are questions, if there is time left after this presentation, the time that's allotted, we will, I guess we can take those questions, hopefully. Other than that, you have a reactions button there too. Please be encouraged to encourage. Such a prestigious speaker here. I have to read this before I hand it over to Pastor Tony Loudon, such a prestigious gentleman that has done so much. I just feel compelled to read this because it's so impressive. He was reared in North Philadelphia in a single parent home. He understands the plight of poverty and illiteracy. He believes that in order for young people to become productive citizens in their communities, they must have a firm biblical foundation and a good education. Pastor Tony double majored in economics and government at the University of Southern California. While on an athletic scholarship, he earned his Master of Divinity from New Orleans Baptist Theological Seminary. Pastor Tony Loudon founded and served as executive director of Stone Academy, an after-school enrichment program for at-risk children in the Macon-Bibb County area. He has served as pastor at Strong Tower Fellowship and youth pastor at Lundy Chapel Missionary Baptist Church in Macon. He has also served as youth director in Fellowship Bible Baptist Church in Robbins, as well as in other leadership capacities and in numerous civic organizations in Middle Georgia. Tony's community involvement has included the Martin Luther King Jr. Commission, the Mayor's Office of Workforce Development Board, and the Board of Directors for the Center of Racial Understanding. He is a 2011 graduate of the esteemed organization Leadership Georgia, as well as 2014 graduate of the inaugural class of the Bailey Sullivan Leadership Institute of the Black Alliance for Educational Options. Pastor Tony is also a member of America Enterprise Institute Leadership Network, fall of 2016 class. In 2012, Pastor Tony was appointed by Governor Nathan Deal to serve as commissioner on the State Charter School Commission and continued to serve in that position. Formerly the project coordinator for the Justice Reinvestment Initiative, Pastor Tony served as the Director of Faith and Justice Initiative for the Governor's Office of Transition, Support, and Reentry. Today, Pastor Tony Loudon is pastor of Maranatha Baptist Church in Plains, Georgia, where he has the distinct honor and privilege to serve as a spiritual covering for a mighty congregation with a big heart, including President Jimmy Carter. Pastor Tony concurrently serves as chaplain for the Secret Service in Southwest Georgia. He's a loving father to Tabitha Loudon. Tony is also married to educator and performing artist G. Pilar Lawton. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Pastor Tony Loudon.
Pastor Porter, thank you so much. And I am honored to be here today. And listen, my resume, I'm just a little boy from North Philadelphia that said yes to the Lord.
Yes,
and nothing else about that resume impressed me other than my relationship with the Lord. So I'm a nobody trying to tell everybody about him. I just said yes. So thank you so much. You didn't have to read that. And you guys can feel free to call me Tony because I don't get caught up into titles because I know the higher you go, the harder you fall. And so, Mark, I want to thank you so much for being here. And I also like to point out my boss on the line, John Porter, who may have to dip out. If he has to dip out, I'll try to stand in for him as well. But that he's working on something across the country in Vegas right now, a big event that I'm supposed to be at. But if you hear my voice dragging, I've been on my back for the last 3 days. So Lazarus has gotten up today because my homeboy from North Philadelphia, I want to make sure that I support him, make sure that this happens. So I'm dragging a little bit today, but I need you to pray my strength in the Lord today that I can give you all I got. Amen. Do you mind if I open up with a word of prayer first? Is that okay? Father, in the name of Jesus, thank you so much for all that you're doing, God. And we're nothing without you. We're just here to want to be able to pour into you. And we want to be able to pour into our citizens as well, God, that they see less of me and more of you. I pray, God, there's something that I say today will compel them to help returning citizens and not just celebrate it on 1 month, but celebrate it every day of the week. It's in your son, Jesus' name I pray, amen. First of all, I'd like to say that this issue is very near and dear to my heart. And anyone that walk with the Lord or say you have a relationship with the Lord, this is something that you need to be putting on display every day. Every day, men and women are coming home all across our nation. Men and women who are Black, white, brown, and others are coming home to our communities. Some of them are locked down with no visitors, no family, because they're in these long, far out prisons that's far away from their homes, and only people they can depend on is the church, the faith community. And we've been talking about this returning citizens and reentry money and second chance for decades. And the question is the faith community truly going to give fathers and those second chances to come home? Are we truly going to remove the stigma that it takes for an individual to be accepted back into our communities? Are we truly going to come up with the tools that they need to reintegrate back into community? Far too much across the nation, men and women still are struggling to get their driver's license, birth certificate, and social security card to come back home. Far too much across the country, we're incarcerating people in remote prisons where family unification is impossible because of transportation. You commit a crime in the city and they send you way to the north or way to the south. And maybe your family will visit you 1 time, 2 times. Then it start accepting phone calls. But by the 5th and 10th year, all of a sudden your poor family is transient. You don't know where they are and they don't know where you are. Far too often, kids get separated from their fathers, and the father can't be a spiritual covering over his family. Who said that a father can't cover his family from prison and do time together and then be reunified together with their families? Who said that we can't correct men and women instead of warehouse them inside our prisons? What really bothers me is that in this space that we're talking about, the faith community is absent. Not only absence from being a major presence in our facilities, but absence for us being the voice and the gap to fill in the gap when they come home, to welcome them back home. There's a lot of members in our churches that are standing in our churches right now, afraid to say, I have a son in prison, or I spent time in prison, because the stigma that goes along with being incarcerated. There was a time, Pastor Porter, that if an individual got arrested, the police would call the pastor first. And either the pastor or the deacons will go down and say, give him to me. Or start doing time with that person and it was almost like their probation and parole officer. There was a time where we got on our knees and prayed for a person that was in justice involved in our churches. And we've gotten away from our main concept of being able to do what Jesus would do and help those that's inside our prisons. I want to tell you, brothers and sisters, why this is so passionate to me is that we need individuals like you who are concerned about this issue to get up early in the morning and get on this Zoom call through technology to create more people like you and make this an issue. It bothers me that only time politicians are concerned about this is during election time. During general election and midterm election, we hear criminal justice reform. But after that, all between that, we hear nothing. It bothers me that the men and women who are guarding our individuals inside the prisons, they don't have the retraining tools they need on a daily basis to help people reintegrate back in society. Wow. Ask yourself this question. If Missouri had found a way to make sure that men and women get their birth certificate, social security card, and driver's license, how come all our other states can't do it? If Missouri is doing CDLs inside our prisons, how come all the other states can't do it? If John Ponder has recidivism numbers as low as 5%, with some of the toughest, high-risk people coming out of our prisons, Hope for Prisoners is doing that, how come the rest of our nation can't do it? How come some of our southern prisons are still on former plantations? We have to ask those questions. We just can't keep meeting in April. We have to be real about the issue. We have to be real about our prisons now. We have more mentally ill in our prisons than we do those in our hospitals that are situated to take care of those who are mentally ill. We have to be real with the fact that this 20-year war, men and women have served 3 and 4 and sometimes 7 tours and come home and find themselves in our prisons. And then they can't even transition back into our communities. We have to be real with the fact that this population is getting younger and younger and younger, along with the older and older ones that are still there. We have to be real with there's more children whose mom and dads are incarcerated and Nana and Big Papa or either the streets are raising the kids. Let me tell you something. If you were in love with somebody and you only celebrated them in April or Valentine's Day, that relationship wouldn't last very long. Ask yourself the question. We love our citizens. We believe they deserve a second chance, but how come we only celebrate them in April? Employers who want to hire our second chance citizens, they need people every day. Just ask John Ponder. 400, 500, 600 jobs every day knocking on his door for returning citizens, wanting to hire people. That's everywhere. But the problem is our relationship with employers, our relationship with the states and Chamber of Commerce and all those folks is only in April. It should be every day. If the Bible says wherever a man's heart is, so is his treasure. When is government going to look at our people and our communities as a treasure and say that we're part of his heart? We have to really, truly be about being our brother's keepers. As I was laying down in bed today, I was thinking about my homeboy who I met by divine appointment in Missouri as I was the reentry czar for the nation visiting Missouri on looking at some of their best practices. And I thought about how much he grinds every day. I thought about him and his son who's been dealing with substance abuse and a veteran and all these things and looking for help all across the nation. I thought about every day how he gets up. I thought about the women around him that are working with this coalition, getting up every day and been doing it for years. I said to myself, even my brother John Ponder is grinding to put together this big event. I got to get out of this bed. I got to be able to go down and speak to them and say, maybe there's just one thing I can say. Let them know that I love them. I'm glad they're doing this work. And we need to let the nation know that just because we have a pandemic and just because some of our churches are closed and just because some of our prisons are still on lockdown, that does not mean that reentry should be held hostage. That does not mean we should stop caring for men and women and our young children who are incarcerated. That does not mean that we should not be supporting the men and women who are guarding them and trying to help them to transition back into the community. That does not mean that government should forget this issue. And lastly, I close with this. John wrote Revelations from the prison. Paul wrote most of his letters from the prison. One of Martin Luther King's greatest letters is from the prison. How then can we worship a Christ who spent time in prison, had 6 different trials, 3 by religious people and 3 by government, went and was crucified, in other words, executed, and then finally went to his prison tomb and became a returning citizen for us. And we say He lives because he lives in us. Well, if he lives in us, why can't we get the church to go to the prison and be a returning citizen to help a returning citizen? God bless you.
That's good, sir. Excellent, 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 excellent. It seems that we have a little more time here too. I didn't see any questions written. I guess we can open the floor a second. I'm not sure how much time you have, Tony. I know that we have a few minutes left on this segment.
I can't go nowhere past I'm quarantined to my office.
Okay, excellent. Okay, so if anyone has any questions for Tony, then here's the time, or any comments about anything that he said. This will be the time to do that. And go ahead and unmute and share, or put in a question and we will address them as they come.
I saw one that says, what are some of the best practices that I've found from Leanne Chambers? And Leanne, I want to say that some of the best practices that I've found across the nation is what Hope for Prisoners is doing across the nation. They have the complete continuum of care, working with the local law enforcement, having graduations for returning citizens in the local headquarters of Nevada prison, law enforcement, the sheriff office. He's working with all the employers down there, have reentry counselors inside the prisons. He's working with the jails, the prisons, the Nevada State Department of Corrections. It's the complete model. And then he meets them 180 days before they get ready to be released. Not only are they doing that, but they're also reuniting them with their families, helping them with their Medicaid, helping them get their health and getting a job and making them whole. And then the follow-up. Not just give them a card and send them on the streets. This is wraparound service, continuum care, handoff, working inside and then working outside. A model that needs to be replicated across the country. In Missouri, making sure that the Department of Family and Children Services helping with birth certificates and Social Security cards. Getting all our state agencies to talk together. Because state agencies get money from the federal agencies, who all work in silos. You need to demand in your state that all the resources, each and every one of them have resources for reentry. Did you know that the Department of Agriculture has money for prison reform? Did you know that the Department of Energy has money for prison reform? Did you know that the Department of Health and Human Services have money for prison reform? Did you know that the Department of Education has money for prison? They all work in silos. And they need to work together. And the only way they're going to work together, if you invite them to a meeting, say, I know you have the resources. And my state agencies want the resources, and we have a continuum care of a plan. We have to move the needle now. Here's why. The balloon is about to bust. Crime is up in our communities, and we can't keep up with the numbers. We need the John Ponders of the world. We need the Mark Bartlett's of the world. We need MBRC of the world. We need that model. And then we need to share best practices. And guess what? It can't be the R or the D. It has to be about the lamb. Because when we make it about the lamb, we'll do what's right. But when we start talking about the Republican strategy or the Democrat strategy, we lose it. Because it becomes an election issue, not about people.
That's good. That is excellent.
Dr. Grinstead, he had his hand up. Did you want to go ahead, Dr. Grinstead?
Good morning, Reverend Lown. My name's Stephen Grinstead, and I really want to let you know how I appreciate what you just shared with us, especially the metaphor with Jesus, you know, being executed and then coming back, re-entering. And the other part that really struck me was the letters from prison.
Yeah.
For the last couple of decades, I've been working with inmates in California Department of Corrections, and it's a rare week I don't get several letters.
Seminar I gotta listen to. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Stephen. Somebody was off mute, but go ahead.
Somebody's off mute. But I just want to let you know that I really appreciate your comments, and I love the part about the letters in prison and the metaphor of Jesus coming back, reentry, and helping us. So thank you.
Well, Stephen, I want to tell you something else important about those letters. John introduced me to a young man, and I hope he mentioned it in his remarks. John introduced me to a young man, I think his name was Marcus, who is has a program. He spent federal time, and his mother would write him letters every day, telling him you're going to make it, because he had given up. He had quit. He told his mom he quit. And she said, I'm not quitting on you. And I'm writing you letters every day about what God will do for you. He went out and started a program when he got out. Those letters saved his life. He was reading those letters he was getting inside the prison to other inmates. And they couldn't wait till his mom got a letter from his, they couldn't wait till Marcus got a letter from his mom. And now it's turned into a business. Here is a returning citizen have taken what he learned on the inside from his mother was writing a letter that saved his life and turned it into a seed of business. Maybe God was playing chess with him, brought him on the inside, gave him the experience so that he can be able to come back on the outside to fill in the gap that was missing and do what Paul would do, to write letters to saints of freedom. Maybe God sent John inside the prison to spend some time inside the prison and needing hope, so that when he got out, he knew what it was like, so he can fill in that gap and create a program of hope for prisoners to fill in the gap. Government has never done anything right. It's up to us to tell government what people need. Men and women, the Bible is clear. Government stands on his shoulders, and since he lives in us, it's up to us by faith to tell government what people need. We can't do this without God. The church has flipped the script, turned the paradigm upside down. It's us who know the Lord, is gifted to do ministry in this space with government assistance. Government goes home at 5 o'clock, sometimes 4:45. And comes back at 9 o'clock, sometimes 9:15. We are in the trenches every day. The church is there every day. John Ponder is one of the hardest working men I know. I thought I was. He leaves his office 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock. I text him, brother, man, go home. You're making me look bad. But he understands somebody needs help. And only he can give that help, because you remember when those doors closed and he was locked in, he took me to the jail where it all began for him. And we toured that jail. But guess what? Not only did we tour that jail, we left there with a memorandum of understanding that we're coming back to do programs in that same jail he was arrested in. Do you understand that the Bible calls for saints to occupy until he comes again? And occupy means occupy the prisons too. Occupy the streets, occupy the communities, occupy our homes, occupy our schools. We were silent when they took prayer out of school, and we shouldn't be silent now.
Good.
I'm sorry.
That's
I
good.
don't woke a sick brother up.
Keep going. That is awesome. Excellent. Do we have any other hands up or any other questions? I see best practices. I see for children of incarcerated prisoners. Is that a question from Lynn Chambers?
Let me tell you that piece with children of incarcerated people, we got to do a better job than that. And here's what we did in Georgia. We got churches together who had all these vans sitting around and doing nothing during the week.
Mm-hmm.
They're sitting around doing nothing and preaching about the more you give, the more he'll give to you.
Wow.
We challenged them to take those vans and get the children in their neighborhoods to go visit their parents and make it a daily option. Why are you just sitting there? It takes nothing to fill up a van and go take children and mothers and fathers to go visit, and sometimes the pastor to go visit their children in the prison. Just thinking outside the box. Stop praying and start moving.
Amen.
We walk by faith, not just by prayer.
There you go.
Faith is an action word. When the word of God goes to our head, that's where we meditate on it and pray. Then it goes down into our heart, because when you meet me, that's what comes out. But somewhere in the kingdom, I got to see your hands touching what you're talking about.
Amen.
Or driving to it, or running to it.
That's good.
And then it should be a habit. The same way you got a habit of asking me to, the more you give, the more he gives to you. Have a habit of getting out in the streets
Mhm.
and getting to the prison and putting your people. That's why people leave the church, because they come to the church with a gift, with a vision to do work for ministry, and we make them sit.
Wow.
What business plan? How did that work for you?
Wow.
And you worry about our children being pimped out on the streets, right across the street from the church or down the street from the church, because you have not occupied.
Mhm.
You can't even walk around the church. Now, let me stop.
That's good, sir. So there's a question here from Don Poindexter. I believe that you might have touched it already. It says, how do we start affecting change in other states as well? You touched on that a little bit, that other.
Yeah, one of the
agencies.
things that John and I are doing, we're putting together a national board that's not biased, doesn't care about what denomination you're from. That's not Republican nor Democrat. It's a think tank for people.
Mhm.
That we share best practices around the nation. We don't hoard things to ourselves. Don't keep it to ourselves. A lot of people always say my thing this and my thing that. Think that God has blessed you and burst something out of you for you to keep it to yourself. That's why your children leave home and go to school and some never come back, because you birthed them for the kingdom.
Mhm.
If you have burst something and it's a best practice, share it. That somebody else might be able to do it. God doesn't create a pear tree just for you.
That's right.
He doesn't just create a watermelon just for you. He doesn't just raise a chicken just for you. A farmer doesn't plow his soil just for you or just for him. Every now and then he'll kill a cow for himself, but he's trying to get them to the market for the world to have the best Black Angus, the best heifers, the best cows in the market.
Mhm.
We have to share best practice and we have to communicate. We got to have more forums like this and talk about what's working and what's not working. We can't preach about iron sharpening irons if we ain't ready to sharpen. Hoarding things, that's what we do as a church. I have 3,000 members. I have 1,000. What are they doing? Is your prison ministry, can they give a report? If they stood up today, can they tell you how many people they are attached to doing life with in the prison? Can they tell you the people that's on probation that they're helping? Can they tell you the number of drug addicts they're helping? Can they tell you the number of times they even been to the prison? No. It's in name only. And that's why I don't like titles. I don't live for titles. I live for my Lord.
That's good, sir. Okay, here's a question from Lori Caldwell. Could you type those departments that have prison reform dollars? I think you already answered that question. I don't know if you have any others. I think you said.
Let me just say this, Pastor Porter.
Mm-hmm.
Every single agency, all 17 federal agencies have reentry dollars. All 17.
Wow.
And then some. The biggest one, Department of Agriculture, Corrections was trying to build new prisons. So the lobbyists, it was a bad idea to build new prisons. And so what they did was they took the money and lobbied Congress to put it in the Department of Agriculture, thinking that they can hide it there and then go get it whenever they want to build new prisons in rural communities. And it would help with economics.
Mm-hmm.
But here's what I'm thinking. We built too many prisons. Let's build reentry centers in these communities.
Mm-hmm.
Reentry centers that's filled with programs on steroids to help men and women transition back into communities.
Wow.
Let's build reentry centers for juveniles because they too need to be in. We built too many prisons to warehouse. Let's build reentry centers with them same dollars.
That's good. That's a business plan for somebody, including us. Excellent.
And it will generate the communities that are struggling.
Mm-hmm.
Because not only are you training people in welding, heating, air, and CDL license, but they're coming home because now employers know where to go to hire them and look for them.
That's excellent. That is excellent. Okay, so here is, I think this is Daniel Martinez here. There are many rural areas that are left out of receiving resources needed for financial assistance for individuals need to be successful in their reentry efforts. Small rural areas are left out due to having small numbers of individuals on supervision. I'm not sure that's more of a comment.
Well, he's 100% right, Pastor Porter. These
And
rural
you can call me
communities are
Ben
left out.
too. I'm not into titles. It's just Ben. My name is
Hey,
Ben.
Brother Ben, thank you so much. We're cut from the same cloth.
Yes, sir.
Right? But I want to tell you that the rural communities are left out. You know, everyone always talk about the city. But let me tell you, the rural communities have some of the same issues. Meth, crack cocaine, prostitution, all that same thing in rural communities.
Absolutely.
These rural communities are usually housed in our prisons. They also have people that's on paper. And we forget that's where a lot of times people go to build their criminal enterprise and then drive it to the city. Because there's nothing in the rural communities. We have to have a holistic approach of changing our communities, county by county, city by city. It doesn't matter how many people are in there. If I have 800 people in that community that needs prison reform, let's make it happen. And that's how we build a holistic program. MBRC should have a business model that's in every county in Missouri. Every county. When we look at Hope for Prisoners, my strategy is working with John to get Hope for Prisoners in every state and every county. It doesn't matter. Everybody needs hope.
That's good.
Tony, if I may just say a word about that comment that I made. The county where my district office is for probation and parole, we have the highest poverty rate in Missouri. The poverty rate for this county is like 34%. GED and high school equivalency is at maybe 41% for the entire community. And what we find is that, yeah, the federal government gives the state money, but what we find is that we're often left out of receiving grants because they typically give that money to counties that have the most individuals on supervision.
Right.
See, we only have 345 individuals on our caseload. And I say only, but those 345 individuals matter.
Right.
And what we find is we're often having to think out of the box because we do not get those grants that we so desperately need. And, you know, I really, really appreciate the comments you made. And I'm just going to end with this. I asked one of my officers one time, what do you believe your role is as a probation and parole officer? And this officer, and I'm going to tell you, her name is Kirby Cagle, and she looked at me and said, to provide hope where there is none. And that's what we try to do here. But, you know, the smaller offices are often left out of the multitude of resources that are made available to the state by the federal government.
And I'm gonna tell you like this here. First of all, I want to say thank you for your comments. And Mark, please make sure that he gets my contact information because John and I will come up there and sit down and help you build a model where and show you how to get those fundings. Opportunity zones that we passed when we was in the White House allows rural communities to apply for grants on their own now and get that money. We created opportunity zones for rural communities and inner cities where they get more points to receive those federal dollars. Also, building regional coalitions, going into partnership with other people, other counties, and sitting down with them and saying, we would like to be a part. Why? Because our probationers spill over into your area as well. And then we have these same issues on both our borders. Let's partner together. And then to build regional community, what I call councils, right? I believe that every county, every state, and every city should have their own reentry council. where they can talk about how to go after dollars and who do we need to partner with. And then look at the local chamber of commerce. Getting local chamber of commerce to be involved, not just in this area, but say this is how we can make our community safe. So we need you to partner with the state chamber of commerce and looking at ways to bring in more grants and loans to this area or funds to this area so that we can partner together. And I will pay my own way to come and sit down with you. And I would love to meet that officer because she gets it. Too often, we've always looked at probation officers that we follow them until they commit a crime and then we lock them back up. That's not a way, that doesn't work. That wears that person out. Following people. What we should be doing is giving them hope the moment they come out. That transition, hand them to me, Department of Corrections, they're mine now. Let me get them a job. Hello, excuse me, Mr. Employer, I'm putting my name on this one. I'm mentoring this one. That's what they're doing in Las Vegas. That's my young man I'm mentoring. There was a police officer that arrested a woman who was on meth. She was pregnant, locked her up. She went to prison. He became her mentor while she was in prison. When she got out, he mentored her and he mentored her son. This Jewish officer mentored them, the person that he arrested and the person when she got out. Now this woman is working for Amazon in their HR department and doing great.
Wow. Excellent.
Can't tell me we can't do it.
That's good. Wow, wow, wow. I think we're down to, are we at 9:45 is our time, right, Mark? Okay, we got 5 minutes. And I also wanted to notice that Vernice Robinson did put a note here that tomorrow Pastor Tony Loudon and others also will be serving in another panel. And she put the link here for all that are interested, they can register. You can see that comment at 9:18.
And please sign up for that if you have time. You know, I won't be long-winded like I am today. Because I have to get down to President Carter tomorrow and hopefully I don't get him sick. But make sure you sign up for that because we're going to be talking about strategies and intentional for the faith community. And Gerard Robinson, who's hosting it, because of the Koch brothers are giving him the money to host it, is looking for best practices to replicate across the nation for faith-based organizations. And so we have to introduce one another to other people and put our name on people. That's why I could put my name on Brother Mark and Missouri and all the people that I met there, and Brother Daniel. And now my name is on you and you on my name because we've met today and I love your heart and I love that officer's heart. And they're the same way here. But I want to be able to do life together so that we can change our nation direction in our communities. If we only help one person, we've done enough. But I believe we can help more than that.
Yes. That's good. All right.
You guys remember the insignia ring that the prodigal son received when he had went away? The father dressed him up and put his insignia back on him. What he was doing is putting his name back on him, taking away the stigma of this prodigal son that ran away and got involved in everything. Can we put our names on returning citizens to give them hope? To let them know I'm with you. You're going to make some mistakes, but I'm with you.
Wow.
I'm doing what Christ would do.
Yes.
I know you've fallen, but I'm here to pick you up. And if you fall again, I'll be here again. And if you get incarcerated, I'll be waiting on you again.
That's good.
Because I answered the question when Jesus said, how many times do I forgive you? 7 times 70 is unlimited a time. The very first time I became the reentries off of Georgia, the first case I had was for a man who had been 30 years in prison for child abuse. When he came home, he needed a house, he needed clothing, he needed a job, instead of sleeping in the woods underneath the bridge, so that he wouldn't reoffend. And when I read his jacket and looked at him, no, no way. Not me, God. The Lord says, are you kidding me?
Exactly. Exactly.
How can you discriminate? He's a returning citizen.
Mm-hmm.
I forgave him too. And I forgave you. Now do what you do.
Wow.
Today, that young man is a speaker, a peer mentor about how to survive out of prison for the state of Georgia. And here I was with a stigma. I can't help that sin, can't help that sin, can't help that sin, can't help that sin. Please, come on.
Wow. That's good, sir. That is excellent. I think we're down to 60 seconds. That was an excellent closing remarks. I don't know if there's anything left to say. We really do appreciate this. I've grown tremendously just by being here. And I've been inspired to do more and lead our church to do more. So thank you, Tony Lau.
Brother Ben, every day when I'm done speaking, no matter where I'm at, I say these words, and I mean it from the bottom of my heart. I love you and ain't nothing you can do about it. Because of what Christ did for me, loving me, and there was nothing that I can do about it. When we look at individuals that way, people that we work with, people that we minister to, that we love them and ain't nothing we can do about it, our heart will compel us to show love. God bless each and every one of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. I just want to say those days when I want to give up, you know, everyone on this call keeps me motivated, because I remember my old warden, Bill Stang, who was the deputy warden at that time. He said, you're going to have disappointments in this field, but you just keep going.
Yes.
And every time, when we first met, and I know it was divine that who would I said I would have run into someone else from Philadelphia, way here in Southeast Missouri, got married and anointed, and was here for the rest of my life. But it's been a blessing, and I think this is the place where all of us need to be today. And we really appreciate you. I know you weren't feeling well today, and I told you your health comes first, but the Almighty has something else that was in plan for the day. So I honor you for this. And Ben, also known for several years, honor everyone for being here today.
Mark, I just want to encourage you, my brother, in everything that you do. I know this has been a tough year for you and a tough year for folks around you. The Bible tells men, he says, love your wife as Christ loved the church. It's the toughest thing in the world to do because Christ gave himself. What if we loved ministry that same way and give ourselves? And it doesn't matter how you feel, that as long as you can give yourself. You know, my whole life has been changed when I met President Carter. He's 97. And every day I go see him on Saturdays and spend 2 hours with him. I think I'm going there to help him transition into the heavenlies. And when I go there, he's ministering to me because he's always asking, who can I call to pray for? Who can I help get a home? Is there anybody that I need to do something for, Tony? And then before I leave, he always says, is there anything I can do for you? And I always say no. Sometimes I want to say something, but I'm embarrassed. Because this man at 97 is the epitome of a public servant with a servant heart, who his sole focus is remembering that he put his hand on the Bible that governs his spirit. And that book is the book that compels him to help other people, no matter how he's feeling. If you remember, he fell down, ended up with 13 stitches, a black eye, a big black eye, and still went to Tennessee and built 25 homes. And here I am laying down because I'm losing my food and my water and all that, and getting ready to cancel on Mark. Well, the devil is a lie today.
Hallelujah. Excellent.
I love all of you. Thank you so much for spending time with this crazy preacher.
Thank you. Awesome.
Mark, did John say he was going to be back, or did you need me to help him, or because I know how important you wanted him on here?
Yeah, John said he'll be back. He wanted to show up. I know he's really busy today, and everyone around the country that's focusing on reentry, not just community-based organizations, but there's a lot of people focusing on the young men and young women who are returning back, but also providing assistance while they're incarcerated. So he said he'll be back a little bit later. He just wanted to show his presence.
Awesome.
And Tony, I thank you so much. Many blessings to you and your family and the work that you do. I'm a mentor with Hope for Prisoners also too. So I have a mentee out in Las Vegas too. Excellent program. I spent 8 hours on a Saturday going through the program, and it's excellent, and it's an excellent model. It's already packaged. So I recommend anyone who's interested in that area next time it comes around to get involved with that.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to stay on, Brother Ben, and I'm going to listen to the other speakers. I hate when politicians come to the church and make their speech and then leave and don't listen to the other people. I'm not a politician. I represent the Lord, I represent the Lamb. So I'm going to stay in case I hear something that motivates me today. So if you just see my picture up there, that means I'm sitting back here drinking liquids and watching and listening and learning. And I might pop up with a question myself to some of the other guests.
Mm-hmm. And so this is a good opportunity, everybody. If you're planning on joining that event tomorrow that Pastor Tony Loudon will be on, it's a good opportunity to go ahead and click that link and register in the chat from Bernice Robinson.
Okay.
Try my best to join. So I'm signing off, Mark.
All
I'm not
righty.
signing off. I'm here too, but I'm done with the facilitation, I guess. My time is up. But
Brother Ben, thank you so much. Next time I'm in Missouri, I got to come hear you preach, my brother.
Absolutely. If you come, you're preaching.
We'll do a tag team.
There you go.
Old school.
Excellent. Let me know.
Yes, sir.
All right, we're going to go on to the next session, and I thank you. We had to have the, in the relay race, you have to have that excellent runner in the 400-meter relay to get it started. So Tony and Ben tag team, and we got that started. We're going to have Ms. Wigfall to do the presentation for Mr. Allen Hughes.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm Donna Wigfall. I'm a unit manager here at Southeast Correctional Center. Today, I have the pleasure of not only introducing a colleague, but also a good friend, Mr. Allen Hughes. So allow me to read his bio. Allen Hughes has worked for the Missouri Department of Corrections for 20 years, with the last 17 years serving in the capacity of Correctional Training Officer for Southeast Correctional Center in Charleston, Missouri. Prior to beginning his career in corrections, he spent 8 years serving on active duty in the United States Army and 3 years as a law enforcement officer prior to beginning his own business. He worked with Dr. John Wade of Southeast Missouri State University, who's retired at this time, to introduce the first Global Leadership Summit to ever be hosted inside a Missouri prison in 2015, and has been the MC for this event for the past 5 years. In 2019, Dr. Wade and Allen also introduced the first Feed My Starving Children food packing event to ever be conducted inside a Missouri prison. Allen is a short-term missionary participant and team leader who has either led or participated in over 12 foreign missionary trips throughout Central and South America. Allen is married to the love of his life with 4 beautiful daughters and 2 absolutely gorgeous granddaughters who seem to consume any and all time that he has outside prison walls. He firmly believes God places us in positions best suited to complete the mission that he created us to complete. As for his journey, he never dreamed that God would place him in prison to work with those who have lost their way, but he is truly thankful that God did. Far too long, society has had a very distorted opinion of those who find themselves spending a period of their lives behind the fence line, just as far too long, institutions across the country have been treated simply as warehouses for human beings. Allen is more than proud of the new direction the Missouri Department of Corrections has taken under the leadership of Ms. Ann Precythe, a direction of assistance and help for those incarcerated to make sure they receive every opportunity possible to lead a successful life upon release.
Thank you, Donna. Good morning, everybody. I hope this finds everybody well. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, awesome. First off, I'm honored to be here and be a member of this distinguished panel. After listening to Tony, I'll tell you, he's a tough act to follow. I don't know if I've got big enough shoes to be stepping in behind Tony or not, but I'm going to give it a whirl. The reason I'm here today and the reason Mark asked me to speak at this event was because of an event that we brought to Missouri back in 2015, the Global Leadership Summit. I've known Dan for a long time. Me and Dan helped start this prison back in 2001. And it didn't take me very long after I started with corrections to understand and to realize that our way was lost. It was a misguided organization, as I believe, and I have learned over the years that I feel many and probably most prisons are across the country, if not around the world. Tony used that word that I like to use all the time, that word warehouse. That warehousing human beings that's not what prisons were created to be. And after I had been employed by the Missouri Department of Corrections for a very short time, I realized that that's exactly what we were doing. It just seemed to me that we were bringing people in. The justice system was sending us people. We were stacking them on a shelf. We were letting them go out and play. Some of them had jobs, some of them didn't. But as far as actually giving them any kind of assistance or any kind of direction, we were failing, absolutely failing. Somewhere around 2015, 2016, Ann came on board, Ms. Precythe came on board with the department, and we started seeing some changes. And one of those changes was the introduction of numerous programs. We felt like we needed to upgrade all of our programming for the incarcerated in the state of Missouri. And that's exactly what we've done. And one of those programs that we introduced, myself and Dr. Wade introduced this Global Leadership Summit. It's a 2-day live event, which is hosted by the Global Leadership Network out of Chicago. It is extremely powerful event. It has some of the world's most profound speakers and professionals in the area of leadership as speakers during that 2-day event. And it gives people the skills. It teaches them through prior practice. It teaches them skills that other people have utilized to climb that ladder, if you will. Some of the most powerful speakers that I've ever listened to. The Global Leadership Network asked me to come to Florida in 2017 to the governor's, to the chairman's gathering, as you are. And when I spoke down there to raise funds for this program, to help support this program across the country, one of the phrases that I utilized during that conference down there was that we're all influential. Every single one of us. It doesn't matter if we're incarcerated or if we're not incarcerated. I use the little picture, if you will, that from the time that our head lifts off the pillow in the morning to the time that our head goes back to that pillow at night, we're influencing someone every single minute of the day. That person may be your spouse, it may be your children, maybe your grandchildren, a neighbor, whatever the case may be. You spend all of your time influencing people. And I think that we often forget that. I think that we forget how much influence that we have upon people. I have a photograph in my house that was given to me by a very good and dear friend many years ago, and I didn't think that photograph would be around for very long, but it's still there because it sends a powerful message to me, and it reminds me every morning that I do influence people. But it shows a grown man standing in front of a vanity early in the morning, and he's brushing his teeth. And standing beside him is a young man who can barely see over the top of that counter. And that young man is looking up at that guy, and he is brushing his teeth as well. And that gives me a constant little small reminder of how much influence and how easy it is for us to forget that the small things matter. The small things matter. So that's part of the message that we're getting across to the offenders here, or to the residents. I like using the word residents better here at Southeast Correctional Center. The Global Leadership Summit, it brings that same message. It informs people and reminds people that everybody has influence. And I think for many, many years, many decades, society has a very distorted opinion and view of those who are incarcerated. It's almost like society feels that they send them to an exile island someplace, never to return. And that's simply not the case. Many people in this message today, in this conference today, realize that roughly 96 to 97% of those incarcerated are going to be returning to society one day. How do we want them to return? Apparently, the justice system, the prison system across the country for many decades has felt that was okay to send people back to society just as broken as they were when they first became incarcerated. And to me, that's unacceptable. That's not acceptable at all, because I know for a fact that if it had not been for certain people in my life, that I would be in those same shoes. I would be walking in those same shoes. So second chances are super important. We have to realize the value that there are in the human beings that are incarcerated and staying inside these prison walls. The Global Leadership Summit, through when Dr. Wade and I first introduced the Global Leadership Summit here at SECC, we made a promise to each other that we would put the foundation of culture change on this program. And that's what I told my first group of guys who sat in the summit in 2015, right here in the training department at SECC, is that we want to use this program to change prison culture. There's absolutely no reason why men and women who come into the system should have to come into the system and live in fear every day of what's going to happen to them, what's going to happen to their things, what's going to happen to them when they get out, how much hope is there. They shouldn't have to live like that. These places are meant to be, were meant to be long ago when they were created. They were meant to be places of rehabilitation, places of change, a place where hope should be profound. And it's just not been the case. The Global Leadership Summit allows that to happen. It teaches that everybody has influence. It teaches that we are meant to help one another throughout. I love the fact that Pastor Loudon utilized the word mentor. It's kind of like when you first introduce somebody to the Lord. If you introduce somebody to the Lord and that person accepts Christ as their Savior, and then at that moment, after that, from that point on, if we drop them and we forget about them and we no longer mentor them as we did before they became baptized, then we are allowing a door to be open to failure. Well, we should have that same concept here. We should stay with these people. We should stay in contact with these people and keep moving on. The Global Leadership Summit has absolutely began to change the culture here at SECC. And the proof is in all the statistics. It's a very simple thing. In 2014, the year before the introduction of the Global Leadership Summit, here at SECC at this one facility, our staff had to utilize physical force to gain compliance 576 times in that 1 year in 2014, 576 times. We introduced the Global Leadership Summit in 2015. And by 2019, that number of uses of force had dropped to 198 times. So in a matter of 4 years of the Global Leadership Summit and its influence on the population and its importance, we went from 576 times creating an environment where somebody can get hurt down to 198 times. That's a pretty profound drop in a period of 4 years. The number of conduct violations in that same period of time, 2014, our staff issued 4,765 conduct violations in 1 year in 2014. And in 2019, that number had dropped to 2,103 conduct violations issued in 2019. The same dramatic change appears in our informal resolution request, our IRRs. 2014, there were 2,003 IRRs filed by offender populations on staff. By 2019, that number was literally cut in half to 1,019 IRRs filed. So through these numbers and through the everyday actions that we see here inside the prison walls, we see that the programming is beginning to work. The men who live here at Southeast Correctional Center are starting to make a very profound difference. They're realizing, maybe for many of them, probably the first time in their lives, that they are in charge of their lives. They are the leaders of their own direction. They're the leaders of their own path. And they're starting to realize that. And in doing so, they're picking up the ball and are starting to run with it. They're utilizing the leadership skills that they're gaining in the GLS to influence others who are being transferred into this program, into this prison. And through that, I'm starting to see changes in people that I never dreamed that I would see changes in. You know, we've all been in that place where there was somebody that we just felt through the way that they talked, the way that they acted, the way they conduct everyday life. We were like, wow, are we ever going to be able to get through to this person? And it's many of those people are the ones who I'm seeing their lives change dramatically. Some of them you're going to get a chance to meet today, who were members of the Global Leadership Summit for the entire time. Some of these guys for the first time, Mr. Brian Cosby and Steve Cavanaugh, Lewis Barr. Some of the guys you're going to meet later with Miss Peppercorn, you're going to see and hear in them some of the things that they learned through the Global Leadership Summit. And I'm so proud of these guys. I just made contact with Mr. Robinson a couple of months back, and he explained to me some of the differences that these guys have made in their lives, their new jobs, their new career path, and most of them, if you talk to them one-on-one, I'm sure will be glad to explain to you and tell you how much that this leadership program and leadership development, how much it helped them and how much it changed their direction. I had a gentleman. I want to give you one short story. I had a gentleman that was incarcerated here several years ago, and he transferred here from JCCC, and he had a rotation throughout corrections as one of the most dangerous, one of the most difficult people that there was in the Missouri Department of Corrections to get along with. And that gentleman done a ton of time in corrections. Actually, I'll tell you, he did 47.5 years incarcerated in the Missouri Department of Corrections. 47.5 years. Most of us can't even comprehend how much time that is. For half a century, he was incarcerated behind prison walls. Very difficult individual. But he jumped on board. I had the opportunity to get to talking to him back in 2014 and 15. And I invited him to attend the summit in 15 for the first year. And he agreed, and he came to the summit for the first time. That first group that I had in 2015 was only 33 guys. There were 33 guys who met the qualifications to attend the summit that year in 15. And he was one of them. And he was so dramatically changed after that first year of attending this program that I had staff come to me afterwards and talk to me about the difference that they could see in this gentleman, the changes that were made. And he continued with me for the next 4 years before he ended up getting a date to go back to the streets. His last name is Dodson. And I was right across the hall at Miss Hankins's office when they gave Mr. Dodson his date of release. And he never dreamed in a million years that he was ever going to get out of prison. His thought was, his head was wrapped around the idea that he was going to only be able to influence those inside these prison walls because he felt like he was going to die in the system, that he'd never see this. Remember, 50 years, this gentleman has lost most everyone on the outside who was important to him. And the day that they give him his date, yeah, he absolutely fell apart. And I watched as, you have to forgive me for a minute because it's kind of, it still gets to me this day. I watched one of the most feared gentlemen in corrections basically sit in a chair in front of my desk and cry for 45 minutes. And at the end of that, when he was able to gain his composure, the first words out of his mouth were, "Mr. Hughes, I'm scared to death." And I had to sit back in my chair and I had to think about that and grasp that for a minute, because this guy had such a reputation. People had given up on him. And through just a little bit of assistance, a little bit of mentoring, a little bit of direction change and guidance, he was able to absolutely 100% change his life, turn his life around, start walking away from that old man that was there, and start assuming his responsibilities as a father, as a grandfather, as a fellow resident here at SECC. He all of a sudden he started assuming all of that responsibility, and he was scared. He knew without a doubt how much the world had changed in the last 50 years, and it scared him to go back. And we sat in my office and we talked for a couple hours about that. And lo and behold, he got out, and he's still doing fine. He went back to his family. Of course, he lost his mother and his father. His wife had been murdered by a gang, but he had children. He still had some children left, and he had 7 beautiful grandchildren. And we talked about him now being able to sit in his house and having those grandchildren gathered around him at Christmas time and around those holidays. And you could see life start to well back up in that guy. To me, that is why that I do what I do. That's why any of us in corrections should sit back for a moment and take a better look at what it is that we do. That young lady that Dan was talking about earlier, Tony hit it right on the head. She gets it. She understands what our mission, our true mission is. We have to be able to create hope. We have to be able to create programs which instill hope, which teach guys and young men and young women in prison to not give up on themselves, that there is light at the end of the tunnel. This is a season. This is a season you're going to spend here in this facility. But after that follows another season. Just like we go through spring, summer, fall, and winter, there follows another season after this one. And how prepared are they going to be for that next season when they get back out to the streets? I, for one, am set and believe that that is exactly why God puts the people working in these facilities where he puts us. He puts us here because there's something back here. He's just got to get us to click it. There's something back here that he knows that he can utilize to get a very strong and profound point across to these people. We're here to assist. We're here to serve. We're all servants, every single one of us. We don't like to use that word. We don't like to think about that, but we are. And that's when you'll find that your heart will break. Your heart will just jump out of your chest every time you get to utilize that servant leadership, every single time.
Amen.
So again, Mark, dude, this program is phenomenal. I'm so glad, that you were able to step out of corrections, step into a seat that would help guide us on down this path. No doubt in my mind, you're the right guy for the job. No doubt in my mind that there was a reason you came here prior to going to the position that you're in. There's no doubt in my mind why Mr. Lewis Dooley was introduced to me back there when we first brought on the Global Leadership Summit. He's a living, walking, talking example of exactly what we're talking about. just as these guys are going to be this afternoon when you get to meet them. So Mark, again, I thank you. I praise you for just giving me the opportunity to be a part of something so much bigger than all of us. We just got to stay focused. We got to get busy. We got to work harder, even on the days that we're tired and we don't think that we can go any farther. We got to pick it up a notch. That's when we got to find another gear and we got to step up. So thanks, Mark. I appreciate you very much. Pastor Loudon, dude, if I come out there, it's not gonna be for anything but to just go to church with you, brother. That was an incredible message that you gave us a few minutes ago. I can't wait to hear more from you. And I'm going to stick around. I have a prior engagement this afternoon, but I'm kind of like you. I like to hear what other people say too. I'm going to stick around. I want to listen to Mr. Ben and what he's got to say. But thank you all very much for giving me just a few minutes of your time. I know that we can do big and great things if we just stay focused. Thanks, Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Hughes. One thing I do want to say, I never thought I would be in corrections. And Mr. Hughes and Sergeant Benson at that time had implemented a new program with new corrections officers that we would meet with some of the men who were housed there. And through that process, and I don't think they've done it since 2010, but the three men said all they wanted to do was to be treated like men. And that's what my guidance was. So I thank you, Mr. Hughes and Sergeant Benson at that time. That was my guiding force, even going into case management, into restorative justice. And this whole program today, and I know we talked about global leadership, was about being authentic. And I know Pastor Loudon talks about that a whole lot, but he also talks a lot about servant leadership. And that is what this summit is about, service leadership. And I wanted to bring aboard authentic people to speak the truth about reentry and second chances for everyone. So thank you so much, Mr. Hughes.
Yes, sir.
I want to appreciate, I'm sorry, my thing is off. I want to appreciate, I remember coming to the prison also, and I think it was Mr. Hughes. I was on one of those classes when you are giving people access to the system. And I think you were one of the people that were leading one of those classes. And I just felt very comfortable, and I could tell your heart was pure and that you really cared about the people there, and you were more so concerned about rehabilitation. And I just appreciate the information that you gave that just made me feel more comfortable and more ready to come in there and make a difference as well in the Charleston facility.
Thanks, Pastor.
I remember you. I didn't remember your name. And then I said, oh, I know him. When you started talking, I said, oh, that's him.
Yep.
Good guy. Appreciate you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Brother Mark, I just like to say, Mr. Allens, listen, I'm always here for you, my friend. And I love this here whole presentation that you gave. That's why I had to bring my face back out. And I'm here anytime for you, anytime. And if you come down here to Georgia, we're going, not only are we going to share some words together, we're going to go out and eat together.
Amen.
For the nation. Absolutely.
Mark, I just want to say a few things. Alan, thank you very much. Not only did you have a powerful message, but you can see the passion behind what you're doing. And in my mind, that's what it takes. Not only real individuals, but people that have a true passion. Because, you know, when it comes to influencing people, they can see through your facade if you're not genuine, if you don't have a real passion.
Yes, sir. And,
you know, I've known you for 20 years. I still got our E Squad picture up on my wall in my office. So we have shared many things together, from training to conversations to sharing our passions to make a difference for the individuals that we deal with. So I know you're the real deal. And I know you're passionate about what you do. And Mark, thank you for inviting me to this. I am blessed today because I don't have anything else to do except for to soak up all the stuff that I'm hearing, because I want to be better at what I do. I want to be more effective at what I do, and information and the passion such as I seen from you, Alan, and you, Pastor Loudon, that's what I need. And my responsibility is, as you said, Pastor Loudon, is not to keep it to myself. You know, I'm gonna share something personal, is that I've been in recovery for 30 years. And one of the things that we believe in is we can only keep what we have by giving it away. So that's my responsibility, is to utilize my experiences, whether it's best practices or whether it's obstacles, and share it with others. Because as one individual, I can only make so much of a difference. But the more people I reach, the more difference we can make. And Alan and Mark, I'm sorry for talking too much, but as you can see, I'm very passionate about what I do as well. And Alan, I just want to say thank you. And we need to have lunch sometimes. We haven't eaten together in a while. You know, we've gotten older and fatter, so. But thank you again for your message, Alan. And it was very good to see you again.
Yes, sir. Good to see you too, Dan.
Other days, I hear they have a restaurant up there in Missouri that they throw bread around the room. You don't have to get up, they just throw it at you. So,
You're talking about Lambert's.
yeah, we go there and just sit around the table and get fat together and just have them throw bread to us.
There you go.
Alan, I'd like to share with you, when you shared the story of that gentleman getting released after 50 years, it flashed back. Last March was the last time I was able to go into the California prisons because of COVID in 2020. In the middle of that week, one of my participants of 50 men that I was training to become alcohol and drug counselors, they got pulled out. And when he came back, we were on break, and he came up to me and he had tears in his eyes and he was really embarrassed. And he says, "What happened?" He says, "They say I'm going home." And I says, "You've got to share this with these guys." And I swear to you, almost 30%, and that's high in a maximum security prison, 30% of those guys were crying, and they learned that real men do cry.
That's right.
And that was powerful. So when you shared that story, that's what came flashing back to me. And I want to thank you so much for sharing the personal story.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Alan, I forgot to mention that Global Leadership Conference. I've gone to a number of those as well at LaCroix. And I remember Mark was also invited me to the one that was at the prison. I'm not sure if we had one there that year because of COVID, I'm not sure. But that absolutely is a transforming, and just want to give you props for getting that into that system, to allow them to have that there. And if you ever need any help technically or whatever, just let me know as well. If, you know, I know I'm not sure if you worked with Pastor Ron Watts or not, or if you work directly with him, but yeah, let me know.
I
If you
will.
need any support on that as well.
Thank you so much, Ben.
Mhm.
And I do want to say, if you ever get the opportunity to go to the Global Leadership Conference, it's life-changing. And also to see, I think it probably was 104 plus than the last time I went, and to not worry about any violations being written, not worrying about any violence that was going to go on. It was a place of peace. And all the, that's what I always talked about with my facilitators, my ICBC facilitators. You have to be authentic when you do this work if you're trying to assist other men to do positive things. And I was working on getting Dr. Keena to talk about servant leadership, and maybe we can come back and do a workshop on that. And I know Pastor Loudon is really into that topic too. But servant leadership is what needs to be inside Department of Corrections. And even Jane talked about peer specialists, even training those men to be counselors. And I was on a webinar yesterday about substance abuse recovery. And I think the young man who was speaking was talking about how hard it is for persons who work incarcerated, who become peer specialists, that they can't go back in because they can make more of a difference sometimes than we can.
Mark, let me share one quick last statistic with you. I know I'm getting on Stephen's time and I apologize for that, but just to show you how much this evolves and snowballs. In 2015, the first year we had that, I mentioned that I had 33 people who participated, 33 of our residents participated in that event. And in 2019, the last year we were able to have it prior to COVID hitting, 2019, we had 171 of our residents that participated in that program. So that's how this program just continues to grow and get more powerful as it goes. And we are on track to host it again this year at post-COVID now on April the 5th and 6th, right here in our gym. And anybody who is close enough and would like to attend, you just don't hesitate 1 minute to let me know, and I'll make arrangements to get you in. I appreciate it.
You said April? Did you say April or was it August?
August, I'm sorry, August 5th and 6th.
Count
August
me
5th
in,
and
Mark.
6th.
Count me
Thanks,
in.
y'all. Yeah, hold on, Donna wants to say something.
Okay.
Hello, everybody, I'm back. So I thought that Pastor Loudon moved me, but after hearing this, what Alan shared with us today, my insides are literally shaking, absolutely shaking. I've always known that he was talented and was passionate about his work, and oftentimes his talents and his skills are overlooked here. But I thank you, Bartlett, for allowing him this platform to shine a light on just how beautiful and giving his heart is, what he hopes to do for others, and that I'm just so proud of him today because he did an exceptional job.
Thank you.
Absolutely
Thank you.
phenomenal.
Thank you, former supervisor.
Yes, it's good to see you, Mark. I'm glad I was able to contribute to your success.
Alan, I'm gonna put that date on my calendar. I'm gonna be in Missouri that date. Me and John Ponder, we're gonna come out.
That would be awesome, Tony.
All righty. This PowerPoint. I have to go down to share. Righty. Mr. Sales.
Thank you, Mark, and thanks everyone. I'm Ronnie Sells. I'm the president of Southeast Missouri Recovery Alliance. But first, I want to say that I'm a newly rededicated believer in Jesus Christ, and I was baptized in February. And if I thought I was on fire for God yesterday after Pastor Loudon and hearing Alan this morning, I'm open even more to what we can do to serve our returning citizens. Definitely work closely with Miss Jane Peppercorn here in Southeast Missouri, and looking forward to working with Alan and Officer Martinez. And I'm just getting into the pool of this, but definitely in terms of peer support and recovery services and connecting to community services for folks that are re-entering the Southeast Missouri area, we're highly motivated. So look forward to the continued conversation. Dr. Stephen Grinstead, first of all, I consider him a colleague, a close friend, a mentor, and someone that I respect very highly. And when we talk about sharing best practices, his expertise in the component of relapse prevention, he is openly sharing that with the work that we're doing here with Mission Missouri and Miss Jane Peppercorn, and it will ultimately benefit those returning citizens right here in Southeast Missouri. So definitely appreciate Dr. Grinstead as a man of God and someone that definitely shares best practices. I'm going to read through his bio. He is a California licensed marriage and family therapist, a past California certified alcohol and drug counselor, an advanced relapse prevention specialist. He served on the faculty of UC Santa Cruz Extension Alcohol and Drug Studies program, and also taught at Santa Clara University, UC Berkeley Extension, and Stanford University Medical School, and served on the faculty of University of Utah's School of Alcoholism and other drug dependencies, as well as serving as an adjunct professor at Alliant University, teaching master's level psych students the Treating the Addiction Family System course for marriage and family therapy track for 5 years. Dr. Grinstead is the author of the book, Thank You Adversity for Yet Another Test, a body, mind, spirit approach for relieving chronic pain suffering, as well as an author of several other pain management books, including Freedom from Suffering, A Journey of Hope, Managing Pain Coexisting Disorders in the Addiction-Free Pain Management Recovery Guide. Dr. Grinstead is also an internationally recognized expert in preventing relapse related to addiction and chronic pain disorders, and is the developer of the Addiction-Free Pain Management System. He has been working with chronic pain management, substance use disorders, eating addiction, and coexisting mental and personality disorders since 1984. Between 2012 and 16, Dr. Grinstead functioned as an expert witness in hearings regarding professional license status at risk due to alcohol or other drug use. Prior to 2015, he conducted addiction and mental health forensic evaluations for several different California state licensing boards, and was a clinical assessor for the Maximus Diversion Monitoring Program in California, where he assessed safety to work with the public, appropriatenesses for the diversion program, and treatment recommendations. And perhaps what I respect and honor Dr. Grinstead most is his recent celebrating of 40 years as a person in long-term recovery. I too am a person in long-term recovery, and am so grateful that I can reach out to this man of faith and this godly man when I need to. I give you Dr. Stephen Grinstead.
Thank you so much. I would like to, at this point, please share my screen. Do I have permission to do that? Yes. Okay. You know, before I get into my regularly scheduled program, I want to start with talking about a little bit of what drew me to being willing to do this today. And there's a personal and professional reason for it. And the personal reason is my niece, Margie. Margie grew up with my brother, who was not only an addict alcoholic, but also a severe antisocial personality disorder. And she was damaged, and she ran away from home at age 15. And by age 19, 20, she was running gangs for interstate car theft rings and methamphetamine dealing. And she finally got caught and was sent to Dublin Federal Prison. While she was in there, my mom and dad tried to get me to go see her because she was only an hour's drive from our house where we lived in Sacramento. And I learned in Al-Anon many, many moons ago, you can't rescue someone if they don't want to have help. She had a 7-year sentence that she served. She was actually in for 10 to 15, and she got out at 7. The reason she did was when she had been in for 4 years, she got tired of constantly being in solitary for fighting and using and drinking. And as shocking as that is for many people, this audience understands this, but a lot of people think, well, how do people drink and use in prisons? And it's very prevalent. So anyway, about 2 years before her release date, she reached out to my wife and I, and she says, Uncle Stephen, you've got to help me. I really have gotten these programs, and my counselor here said to reach out to you. And so for almost 2 years, my wife went and visited with her almost every weekend. There was a few weekends we weren't allowed to go in because of some of the weird rules in the prison, as many of you understand. But as a result of our visits and creating that rapport with her and mentoring her and coaching her, she got an early parole release. And they were going to send her back to Colorado, which would have been lethal death sentence for this woman. And instead, she asked if she could be released to my wife and I, who had just recently moved down to Palm Springs to open a treatment program. And the long story short, she was released. And I got to see firsthand the trauma of somebody who has post-incarceration syndrome, a complex form of PTSD, what happens to them when they get out of prison. It happened almost immediately. We drove across the highway to take her to her first meal in 7 years. And as we were driving up to the restaurant, a police car went by and she freaked out and was cringing and hiding down on the back seat. She was scared. And then when we got her to our home in Palm Springs, we fixed up a special room for her. And for weeks, she hardly ever came out of that room except to come to have meals with us. And eventually she roamed out. She got into the recovery meetings there in the Palm Springs area, got a sponsor. She was doing real well, and she was one of these people that relapsed. And when that happened, my wife and I had to set a limit. Says, you're drinking and using again, you can't live with us. And that was the best thing that happened to her. She went on and hit another bottom and got back into recovery. And today she is working for a national treatment program as one of their regional directors of intake. And she has been an awesome influence on the lives of thousands of people. And this is what happens when we give people a chance. You know, I've also been involved with the California State Department of Correction and Rehabilitation starting in 2009 with a pilot program that believed they could take lifer inmates and turn them to California certified alcohol and drug counselors. And the 50 men they picked were lifers. These were men that had no expectation of ever seeing the free world again. And as a result of the work they did while they were in prison as mentor certified addiction counselors, 49 of those 50 are out in the free world helping others now. And it's just really hits me really hard when I think about that, because every time one of them gets out, they get a hold of me. I've mentored several of them, and it's amazing to see the difference they're making. That last person could have been released, but he has a terminal illness and he was getting better medical treatment than he could have if they released him. So he chose to deny parole. And I got to meet him last March for the last time when I was in Solano State Prison in Vacaville, California. And these are awesome men. Relapse prevention planning was one of the courses I taught people, and I'm going to give you a real abbreviated one. You know, in order to prevent future episodes of relapse, we need to look back at the past. So basically, for my presentation today, I'm going to talk a little bit about the Gorski Synapse Developmental Model of Recovery and Relapse Prevention. I met Terry Gorski and trained with him in 1991. He invited me to join his team shortly after that. And it was heartbreaking for me last July when Terry died, but I'm trying to continue his legacy. If you want to get the most out of this, just kind of take a snapshot of what I'm giving you today, integrate it into your personal way of interacting with people, adapt it to the needs of the program you're working with, and most importantly, make sure to translate it and meet people where they're at and put it in language they can understand. To start out, we're going to do something. I'm going to have a pop quiz. And I'm going to invite all of you to write your answers down to this, because I'm going to go over the answers to these at the end. So the first one is this, the purpose of this is to talk about some of the mistaken beliefs about relapse. So question number one, the answer choices are true, false, or not sure. There's no wrong answers. So the first question, if you stop addictive use for a while and then begin to use again, you've relapsed. True, false, or not sure. Question number two, Relapse develops over a progressive period of time and has early warning signs. So how would you answer that one? Question number 3. You're in recovery if you've stopped alcohol or drug use. Question 4. Relapse occurs because addicts or alcoholics drop out of treatment or stop going to meetings. Number 5. Recovering people may not be totally aware of the warning signs of relapse. Number 6. Once recovering people are consciously aware of the warning signs of relapse, they can choose to take action to make the warning signs go away. And the last 3 questions. Number 7, relapse can be avoided by willpower and self-discipline alone. Number 8, people who relapse aren't motivated to recover. And finally, number 9, when people relapse, it means they haven't hit bottom yet. They need more pain. Now we're going to practice a principle of recovery. It's called delayed gratification. We'll come back to these in a little bit. And if I don't, remind me to. So another question for everybody, when you think about relapse, what's your definition? How have you heard people define relapse? Well, unfortunately, in the treatment industry, recovery movement, peer or coaching support, whatever it is, relapse means going back to alcohol or drug use. So people have a mistaken belief. As long as I'm not drinking or drugging or thinking about drinking and drugging, everything's fine. It's very dangerous definition because everything might not be, as I'll explain in a minute. The next question is, what absolutely has to happen before somebody relapses? Now, this is a trick question. I'll tell you, every once in a while, somebody in my training audiences pops up with the right answer right away, but most people struggle with it. Says, well, they have to hang out with other people. They have to stop going to meetings. They have to do this or that. They have to give in to temptation. But since this is a trick question, none of those answers are true. The correct answer is you have to be in recovery before you can relapse. And herein lies some confusion, because for years, I've been an advanced relapse prevention specialist since 1991. I would say over 50% of the people that got referred to me for relapse prevention did not qualify because they'd never been in recovery. They have had long periods, sometimes even decades of abstinence. But recovery requires much more than that. And this is the point I try to make with people when I'm coaching them or working with them. The first step is they have to have an objective understanding of this neurobiologic brain disease called addiction. They have to have an objective and rational understanding. And a lot of people do. I've worked with a lot of professionals, healthcare professionals, doctors, nurses, psychiatrists, etc. They absolutely understood the definition of addiction. What they had problems with was applying that to themselves. It says, no, I just had this one problem and everything will be fine now. I learned my lesson. But until somebody really gets it, in 12-step programs, that's step 1. Until they really get it. But a lot of people do that, and then they still end up not going forward because of the shame, guilt, and remorse they experience for being a recipient of this diagnosis, from remembering all the horrible, awful, terrible things they did when they were drinking and using. So they have to get used to accepting those painful feelings, learn how to talk about them, work through them. The next step is 2 parts. They have to have hope and belief that not only is recovery possible, it's preferable to the way I've been going. I've worked with a lot of people that did not believe it was possible for them. They tried everything. A lot of them were, by the way, reentry people from prisons. They say the deck's stacked against me. How am I going to do this? So they really wanted it. They knew it was preferable, but they didn't think it was possible. And a number of my patients, I work a lot with chronic pain. So a lot of the chronic pain patients that got addicted to their medications, they really thought recovery was possible, but they didn't see it as preferable because if I can't have my meds, I'm going to suffer. So they have to have hope and belief that recovery is possible and preferable. But that's not enough. Now they need to get into authentic action. They have to be doing the biological, psychological, social, and spiritual recovery footwork that's required in order to get and stay clean and sober one day at a time. And a lot of people can't or won't choose to do that. Then the last piece is they have to stop using and drinking for 60 to 90 days. So when they meet that list of requirements, that's when I can say, yeah, this person probably was in recovery. Then we can do relapse prevention. So relapse is a process, not an event. So once people meet all that criteria and make that commitment to recovery, to stabilize, the very, very first start of any relapse cycle is always some type of return to denial. It has nothing whatsoever to do with alcohol or other drugs. If you look at this diagram I'm going to show you, there's 12 bubbles on it. And addictive thinking doesn't happen till the 9 o'clock bubble. There's a lot of other things that happen before that. One of the things many people do is they stop doing what got them better. They stop growing. I use the metaphor that recovery is like walking up a down escalator and having a mistaken belief, if I stop, I'll stay right where I'm at. You don't, you go back down. So they stop growing. When they stop growing, that opens up old stinking thinking, self-defeating thinking. Nothing whatsoever to do with alcohol or other drug use at this point. But they also are using old coping styles. Now, if they're reentry people, criminal thinking errors start popping in right here. And what happens next is that because of the bad thinking, they make bad decisions, which creates increased stress and problems. And when those increased stress and problems come up, if they're in the relapse cycle, they don't meet them with their new recovery tools. They go back to old self-defeating behaviors. This is where someone might get into process addictions, food, gambling, sex, spending, internet, whatever it is, procrastination, old patterns of behavior to cope with their painful reality. And when they're at this point, this is the 5 o'clock point. And when they're at this point, they're at very high risk for practicing what I call strategic isolation. An example of this is somebody that's in this 6 o'clock position walks into a recovery meeting, into a treatment meeting. They have extreme possible reactions. On one extreme is, this is a bunch of losers, I don't belong here. But on the other end is, I'm a total loser, I'm a fake, I don't belong to be here, I don't deserve it, I'm just backing out. Many people start pulling away from people who are in the solution. That creates a vacuum. So now here's where the playgrounds, playmates, and playthings pop in. They're old people, places, and things. They're enablers. They're old using buddies or old criminal running buddies. And now they're hanging with people whose decision-making is as bad or worse than theirs. They make even worse decisions at this point and have intense stress, which triggers or exacerbates post-acute withdrawal, protracted withdrawal. They start experiencing more pain and problems. And this is where the addict brain wakes up. And it usually starts real subtle with something like, wouldn't it be nice if I could drink or use something, at least to take the pressure off for a little bit? And they do this magical thinking, but then they say, no, because I'm being tested, I'm going to be meeting with my PO, all this stuff comes up, but they still, they don't share it with anybody. They keep it isolated. They keep it embedded. The next thing that happens is they start going out to set themselves up for failure. The HRS stands for high risk situations, also known as relapse justifications. If your life was this bad, you'd want to drink or use something too. And when they get to the point that Terry Gorski used to call option reduction, They mistakenly believe there's only 3 possibilities left to them in this world. Number 1, I can drink or use something. It'll help at least temporarily. Number 2, if I don't do something, I'm going to collapse physically or psychologically. Or number 3, this is just too hard. I'm going to commit suicide. I'd rather be dead than drunk. And if they choose door number 1, we can do something with that. Door number 2, we can do something, but we haven't learned how to bring people back from the dead. That we had one person that did that our stories are written about, and somebody mentioned earlier Lazarus. Yeah, but we haven't figured out how to do that yet. Now, there's another mistaken belief I want to have you be aware of for people in recovery. The mistaken belief a lot of these people have, and this is what gives me so much empathy and compassion for somebody who relapsed, because they mistakenly believe, I've lost my recovery, I might as well keep going. We've got to dispel that myth, folks, because it's a lie. Because what is true is people will hit what Gorski used to call a blinding flash of the obvious, moment of clarity, where I realize, oh my God, I need to reach out for help. But many people don't do that. Instead, it keeps increasing. They keep using more, it cycles, and pretty soon they are out of control. And then to help you understand the recovery relapse process some more, I want to share Terry's developmental model of recovery. It has stages. Abuse and transition, we can compare this a little bit to the stages of change. Stage 0, the abuse, is like pre-contemplation. Transition and stabilization is like contemplation in the Prochaska D. Clementi stages of change. And then there's early, middle, late, and ongoing recovery. So we break these down, and each stage of this developmental process of recovery has developmental steps people need to execute. So the first thing I do when I'm working with someone is I need to identify what's really going on, where they are, where they've been, what are their problems, where are they at in this developmental model? Are they still in abuse? Are they in transition? Are they in stabilization? Have they crossed into early recovery? To get people from pre-contemplation to contemplation, we use what's called denial management counseling. When Terry and I first developed this process in the 1990s, we called it motivational recovery counseling, and it kept getting confused with motivational interviewing. So we changed it to denial management counseling, helping people identify the inner saboteur, part of them that kept setting themselves up for failure, their defense mechanisms. To get people from transition to stabilization, they need more denial management. Now they need what we call primary recovery counseling. They need to have some down-to-earth tools, craving management especially, and other simple tools, biopsychosocial spiritual tools that'll help get them to making the transition into stabilization. And this, for people in 12-step recovery, this is where they can take step 1 and really mean it to get into stabilization. Then to move from stabilization into early recovery, they need to have some more tools, which I'll talk about more in a minute, including craving, post-acute withdrawal, stress identification and management, and most importantly, identifying and managing relapse justifications. But they're not done yet. I've seen many people relapse in middle and later ongoing recovery because of pre-existing conditions. And for people in the criminal justice system who get released, it's that complex form of PTSD called post-incarceration syndrome. And these people need some relapse psychotherapy, and they need some help with the complex symptoms of post-incarceration syndrome. And many of these people also have other coexisting psychological disorders. So this is the developmental model of recovery. So I'm going to back up a little bit, because now I want to go over the questions. So I'm just going to basically share my thoughts about each of these questions. So look at what your answers were for each one. Now, number one question, if you stop addictive use for a while and then begin to use again, you've relapsed. This is a trick question because the answer choice wasn't given. The answer choice is it depends. What's it depend upon? Well, it depends upon if you met all those other 5 criteria I mentioned of being in recovery. You understand addiction, you apply that definition to you, you deal with the shame, guilt, and remorse, you have hope and belief recovery is possible and preferable, and you're doing the biopsychosocial spiritual footwork. So this is a trick question, but each one of these is designed as a teaching tool. These 9 questions I used to do as a 1-hour psychoeducation session, just on these 9 questions. Question 2, relapse develops over a progressive period of time and has early warning signs. What you just saw in the relapse cycle is exactly that. This is a very simple 1-sentence definition of relapse. Relapse is a process that develops over a progressive period of time, and it has identifiable warning signs that come before the people take their first drink or drug. Question number 3, you're in recovery if you stop the alcohol or drug use. Well, this is another trick question because the answer is, it depends. What's it depend upon? Well, it depends upon if you're in recovery and meet those other criteria. Number 4, relapse occurs because addicts or alcoholics drop out of treatment or stop going to meetings. This one is misunderstood. The answer is absolutely false because people drop out of treatment or stop going to meetings because they're already in the relapse cycle. Other things predate that. Number 5, recovering people may not be totally aware of the warning signs of relapse. Absolutely true. Because as I mentioned, a return to denial is the first stage of the relapse process. Question number 6, once recovery people are consciously aware of the warning signs of relapse, they can choose to take action to make the warning signs go away. This is another one where 90% of the time that's probably true, but there's some warning signs that never go away. When I was working in the prisons, some people actually relapsed right before their parole board hearing because of their extreme anxiety and stress. Other people, when they got out, relapsed when they had to go meet with their parole officer the first time. So I've had people relapse over the anniversary date of a loved one. Many people never got to be at the funerals of their loved ones because they were incarcerated. And when that anniversary date came around, it was a major relapse warning sign that nothing is going to make that go away. It needs to be managed. Number 7, relapse can be avoided by willpower and self-discipline alone. The key word in this one is absolutely false, and the key word is alone. Now, if anybody could have got clean and sober and stayed that way with willpower and self-discipline, it probably would have been me. Ronnie shared that I have 40 years in recovery. Well, it would have been 41, except the first year I tried to do it Steve's way with willpower and self-discipline. Now, I have a lot of willpower. I'm a recovering Marine also. I was a recon Marine. I then spent a lot of years in the martial arts. And when I had to leave because of an injury, I was at 2nd degree black belt. So if anybody could have used willpower and self-discipline, it would have been me. But I found on January 22nd, 1981, that didn't stop me from a one-time use that a lot of people would think, well, that wasn't so bad. But for me, it was devastating. But it was the very best thing that happened to me, because at that point, I definitely got to the point where I knew that I needed help. And here's a little personal story. As this happened, here I am in my apartment. It was a good day. It was a good week. There was nothing obviously going on. So I was asleep for about 2 hours and woke wide awake. I don't know if any of you have that happen, but popped wide awake. I knew I wasn't going to get back to sleep. So I'd been procrastinating cleaning my closet for a while. So I decided, well, here's a good time to clean my closet. So I went along, emptied one box out, and lo and behold, my drugs of choice were alcohol and pain pills. Out rolled a half full bottle of Vicodin. I poured a bunch in my mouth, chewed them up and swallowed them. And then I swear the very next thought was, when I looked at the clock, the liquor store is still open. And when I had that thought, my life came crashing down. That was the deep, dark place I had. I was physically sick, emotionally sick, and spiritually sick. And then a coincidence? I don't know, but I had been listening to Beatles music to do my house cleaning because my daughter was staying with a friend and I had the stereo rocking, and the turntable changed. For younger people, you might not know, vinyl record discs on turntables. Well, the turntable changed and the Beatles song Help came on. And that became my step 1, 2, 3 song. So at that night, as I listened to that song and sang along with it, I was praying to God. I need you, God. I need you like I never have before. Can you help me? And that morning I went back and I begged a long-term recovery person to be my sponsor, and I promised to go to any lengths. So that willpower and self-discipline is required to get and stay in recovery. But if that's all people are depending upon, it won't work. Number 8, people who relapse aren't motivated to recover. This is absolutely false, and I hate it when I hear this. I hear treatment professionals, I help 12-step sponsors, 12 long-term recovering people say this to people. You must not be motivated. And then the other one that goes along with it, when people relapse, it means they haven't hit bottom yet, and they need to experience more pain. Ladies and gentlemen, pain will not stop this disease. So we need to get rid of these mistaken beliefs. So these are some of the teaching points that I wanted to make about relapse. And I'm hoping this is helpful for all of you. And now let me talk briefly about what it takes to get into early recovery. Moving from stabilization, it requires the ability to identify and manage stress, teaching people easy to use relaxation response tools. And these can be biopsychosocial or spiritual. Normalizing and then learning how to manage cravings. There was a mistaken belief about cravings. The lowest form of a craving is that fleeting thought, wouldn't it be nice? Then you start entertaining that thought. Wow, if only I could. Then it gets even stronger. I really want this. But then the end of a craving is I've got to have it. And so I tell people there's only 2 things and 2 things only that'll make cravings go away. Do you want to know what they are? And they always say, yeah. It says, well, cravings will go away for 2 reasons. They'll go away if you drink or use something because you won't have a craving anymore. Or they'll go away if you don't drink or use anything. However, here's the disclaimer. However, they'll stay forever if you keep entertaining them. It's like unwanted company. If you keep whining and dining them, you keep treating them really like kings or queens, they're going to stay forever. Same with cravings. Identifying and managing post-acute withdrawal. I believe most people who relapse in their first year, this is true for me, I don't have research to back this up, but of the thousands of people I've worked with over the years, both in recovery and treatment, over half of them failed to identify or manage post-acute withdrawal or have a good craving management plan. So these are really important tools. Identifying and managing high-risk situations, which I also call relapse justifications. So these are some of the tools I believe are necessary to help people. I'm going to be helping the Missouri Project with Jane and Ronnie to develop a manualized system to help people have a better shot at getting and staying in long-term recovery. So now let's move into this point. It's time to learn from our previous relapse episodes. Those who forget the past are doomed to repeat it, while those who fail to learn from their past are doomed to relapse again. So our goal here is to prevent future relapses. We do this in 2 ways: the recovery relapse calendar and conducting what I call a relapse autopsy, a forensic relapse autopsy. What that means is when I train this in treatment providers, they need to go back and look at what they might have missed, what they didn't do well enough that their client relapsed, and then share that with the client, and then look back and see what the client didn't do right. So let's start with talking about developing a good recovery and relapse history. And for years, Terry Gorski and I taught together the 44-hour relapse prevention therapy certification program. And this is one of the skill training exercises we taught the participants. And I'm going to give you just a brief Reader's Digest version of this here. It's a big picture of the sequence of recovery and relapse episodes. So the person can get a big picture of what their recovery and relapse look like. Then we want to list each episode of relapse. And many of the people I've worked with had many more than 3 relapses over decades maybe, but we want to come up with the most recent 3. Or if people haven't chemically relapsed, I take them through that relapse cycle. Have you ever been past 6 o'clock? And then I want to conduct the relapse autopsy, which is learning from the past to have a better future. So the instructions for developing a good relapse calendar is, the problem is many people who relapse, they'll either minimize the significance of the relapse episode, or they'll awfulize it. They'll make it less than it was or worse than it was. Like, I don't relapse very often, and when I do, it isn't that bad. On the other end of the spectrum is people who awfulize it. I relapsed so many times I couldn't even count them, and when I do, I always lose everything. So, you know, they're in that black or white, all or nothing thinking that a lot of people in recovery engage in. So the calendar can help people remember how many relapse episodes they've really had. What started them? What triggered them? How long did they last? And a relapse episode is a period of time when you used alcohol or other drugs that was followed by at least 30 days of total abstinence. So that's how we're going to define it when I'm working with people. So here's how I teach them to complete the calendar. I want you to put the date of your first serious attempt at abstinence in the space indicated on the first line. So I give them a worksheet. This is part of the manualized treatment process. Then there's columns, and in the first column, it gives you a place to enter the year. And in the remaining columns, there's 12 other columns, which is the months. So here's what it might look like. Now you notice 217 isn't in there. That's not in there for a reason, and I'll show you in a minute. This person, I asked them, following each year is a timeline with the months printed across the top. Locate the date of your first serious attempt at abstinence. When did you first make a serious attempt? And put a straight hash mark, a straight line down there. And then identify the point on the timeline when you return to using alcohol or other drugs with another mark. And in between, there's a straight horizontal line. So it looks something like this. So this person, this is someone I was working with in my empowerment coaching work since pandemic. I've started switching to Zoom empowerment coaching. This person in the middle of May, it was May 14th, they made their first serious attempt. They were sent to me by a person, a family member who I had trained and worked with, and says, this is family, I can't do it. Would you help this? Will you help my family member? And I says, of course. So motivated them, got them into a treatment program, and they had a good run all the way up until early August of 2018 when they used again. So then the next part is, what is the next point when you became abstinent after that use? And make the straight line mark there, and then connect the previous hash mark using a jagged line, like shown up here. Mark all periods of abstinence with solid lines and all periods of addictive use with jagged lines. Be sure to include all periods of abstinence and all relapse episodes. So here's what this looked like. They were using for a long time before May. Then all of a sudden they got in recovery. Then they started using again all the way up until May of 2019. And then they stayed in recovery all the way up until this January, when I got a call and they had started using again. And finally, at the end of February, early March, they were willing to, get back into the recovery process. And hopefully it's onward and upward with hope and gratitude from this point for this person. So we're not done yet though, because now we want to have a title for each abstinence period, and we need to have a title for each of the addictive periods. So for example, this one, I've had enough of this. This is the politically correct version of this. And then the premise here is when the person used, because they found that recovery wasn't giving them what their addictive use used to give them. I can't handle not using anymore. And then when they hit bottom again, said, this time I really had enough. Sick and tired of being sick and tired, right? And then they had a good run. And then it was like, oh shit, not again. And this time it was surrender. Using God's help, I'll do what it takes this time. So this is a very powerful process for people. And then there's strategic exercises, worksheet exercises they answer questions on for each phase of the timeline. Now, the last point I'm going to talk about, and then I'll save time for questions and answers and comments and stuff, but how I conduct a relapse autopsy. I use the relapse cycle. I want to normalize and depapologize relapse for people. I want to help them use it as a learning experience. I want to tell them you did not lose your recovery. You lost your string of abstinence. That clock needs to start over. But let's take a look. When did you first go from being fully stable, doing all the biopsychosocial spiritual footwork? What happened? What type of denial kicked in? What was going on in your life? What did you notice? Was it subtle? Was it abrupt? Some people go through this cycle really quickly. Other people can take a decade to go through the cycle before they hit 11 o'clock, the 11th hour. Then we take a look, what happened, and then what happened, and then what happened. And they fill in their own personal story as we go around. I have a big poster paper to where they actually write out a short descriptor of each of these bubbles and what happened to get the addict brain woke up. This is the most important bubble, the 9 o'clock bubble. What woke the addict brain up? Then, how did you sabotage yourselves by creating relapse justifications? And what led to that first drink or drug use? So that's the relapse autopsy. This is keeping it very, very, very simple. It's much more in-depth or complex, but I hope that gives you an idea. Now, what I want to charge you guys with is we have to practice what we teach. So thinking about just the little things that I've touched on today, what are at least 4 things that you can commit to do different to improve your competency in order to further aid people you serve avoid the pain of a future relapse? What did you learn? Make sure to write these down. Also, as you write these down, say, what would stop me from following through with my action plan? And how am I going to get over that? Well, one of the ways is I want to challenge you. Pick 3 appropriate accountability partners, coworkers, friends, your sponsor, whoever it is that can be part of your team. Share with them these 4 things. Share the 4 things that you're going to do different to help people avoid a future relapse. And allow them to help you be successful. You have these in the handouts. So there's a lot of publications on a lot of this. And now it's Q&A time, and I'm going to pop out. I'm going to stop sharing. And I want to thank everybody for the opportunity to present this. And I will hang in here for some Q&A. Unfortunately, I need to leave shortly after this. My wife's brother is in hospice in Chicago. She flew out and got there at midnight last night, and I'm driving out tonight to be with her. And I just would appreciate all the thoughts and prayers from everybody, because this is a very painful time, because they lost their oldest sister last year to COVID, and now he's dying of the same damn disease, and it's heartbreaking for us. So with that, I'm going to, again, Ronnie, thank you for the introduction today. I'm really looking forward, and Jane, I'm really looking forward to working with you and Ronnie to help people avoid the painful reality of a relapse.
Thank you, Dr. Grinstead. We look forward to it.
Thank you, Dr. Grinstead, and continued prayers for your family, and please give Ellen our best. Mark, I think we're over a little bit on time, but is there time for questions for Dr. Grinstead from anyone?
It's a time we can catch up during the break. I want to be aware that Mr. Ponder has some things scheduled today also too, so we can take a couple of questions.
Well, surprise, Ronnie, I went over, right?
Valuable information though, Dr. Grinstead, as always. And I think that, definitely we had some participation in the group chat and along the questioning about, the stigma and the thoughts about relapse. But again, I'll be around too. If there's any further questions in the chat, I'm happy to get those to Dr. Grinstead, or
you can email me.
Absolutely.
drgrinstead@yahoo.com. And I'd love to hear from y'all. Okay. Anything else?
And I'll put that email in the chat box, Dr. Grinstead.
Okay.
Thank you so much for your time today.
And I want to thank all of you for what you do, because my heart is with you. I think it's amazing what you do. And please keep up the good work. Thank you.
All right, I guess I'm up. So my name is Lori Caldwell, and I have the distinct pleasure of introducing our next speaker for the hour. And I just wanted to share that back in October 2020 is when I first had the pleasure of meeting Mr. John Ponder and also Pastor Loudon. And it was at the, in Cape Girardeau at the MBRC Federal Interagency Council on Crime Prevention and Improving Reentry. And I was so thoroughly moved by both of these incredible men and the things that they are doing in their ministries, and that's what I will call it. So I was moved to tears, and it was at that point where I really felt a strong connection and purpose in what I'm supposed to be doing. So I was so excited because I had a chance to speak with them after the conference, and I got Mr. Ponder's information, and lo and behold, I lost his card. It was unable to connect with him. And Mr. Bartlett called me months later, and he asked me, had I made the connection? And I said I had not, that I had been trying through Facebook and different social medias, and I was unable to because I lost his card. And he invited me to participate in the summit, and then I found his card. It had fallen out of my portfolio book. I think that was the devil, and it had wedged between the seats. And I came across it, but I tell you now, I have it, Mr. Ponder. So look to hear from me so we can get started on forward movement in Southeast Missouri, in the area of this Hope for Prisoners. So with that being said, no more delay, I want to go on and read his bio. It says, John D. Ponder is the founder and CEO of Hope for Prisoners, Inc., Mr. Ponder was appointed by Governor Brian Sandoval to the Nevada Sentencing Commission in 2017 and was appointed by the Governor's Reentry Task Force and the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights Nevada State Advisory Committee in 2016. He serves as a commissioner with the Nevada Commission on Post-Secondary Education. He serves as an ordained chaplain with Chaplaincy Nevada. He oversees all aspects of the programs and services provided by Hope for Prisoners, including a comprehensive array of program components designed to assist individuals to successfully reintegrate into society. He is responsible for developing and implementing strategic planning for the organization and is extremely passionate about the value of mentoring for persons coming out of correctional settings. Mr. Ponder's personal experience with the judicial system gives him the expertise to provide training for offender populations in correctional settings, as he has for 15 years. His personal life experiences uniquely equipped him to provide the guidance, direction, and motivation for individuals attempting to navigate the challenges they face during the reintegration process. His genuine heart and engaging manner have helped countless people become the best versions of themselves. John works tirelessly to reach as many former offenders, community leaders, and partners as he can. He is often invited to be motivational or keynote speaker and consults with law enforcement agencies and community partners across the country who are working to export the Hope for Prisoners model to their area. Without any further ado, Mr. John Ponder.
Lori, thank you so very, very much. I am so glad that you found my contact information because I'm looking very forward to connecting with you. And I have to tell you, when Pastor Loudon and I were there visiting in Missouri, the things that we had observed while we were there and what it is that you guys are doing, we have been from that day talking about it all over the country. Because you guys are just doing some extremely phenomenal things. Dr. Greenstead, please know that we will keep you and your family in prayer during this time. Mark, thank you so very much for the invitation and opportunity to be here. I am so honored to have my right hand, Pastor Loudon, here on this call with me. So let us go ahead and begin. I'll tell you a little bit about our organization and the successes that we have had, and then the hands down chief cornerstone of what it is that we do as far as mentoring is concerned and how that has helped us reduce recidivism. So our organization, Hope for Prisoners, we work with men, women, and young adults that are exiting different arenas of our judicial system. So we work with men and women who are coming home from state or federal prisons, city, county jails, drug rehabs, halfway houses, transitional facilities, and the likes. And what we do is provide the supportive services that help the men and women that are returning to our community, not only get acclimated back into workplaces, but we make sure there's mechanisms in place through partnerships that we built up with employers that once they get inside those workplaces, they're going to be afforded every opportunity to thrive and be able to grow and afforded every opportunity to succeed. We address the needs for them to get acclimated back into their family because that has kind of been a mismark in reentry. Like no one's ever given the particular close attention that is needed for the men and women that are returning home, that they have to go back home to wives and to husbands, and particularly to get reintegrated with their children. So we work as best as we possibly can to ensure that there's a mechanism in place to help with that family reunification, because if that piece there is not right, if the home life is not right, then everything else in the world has a tendency to fall apart. And then on the back end of the process, because there's a long-term 18-month commitment that we walk with them, looking to do everything we possibly can to ensure that we're helping them to be stand-up leaders in the community with an overall goal of them never, ever, ever reoffended again. So the ministry was birthed out of my own personal experiences. I was a guy who was coming in and out of the system since forever, been in and out of different juvenile systems and prison systems, the stateside and then on the federal side. And then my last trip to a federal penitentiary, I stood in the prison cell, had a conversation with God, asked him to forgive me for all those things that I did, which I know that he did. And I asked Jesus to be the Lord of my life. And my life went in a 180-degree turn in the other direction. While going off to prison, God impregnated me with this vision called Hope for Prisoners to help other men and women who are facing those same challenges that I once had to face, to do everything I can to remove the barriers that are preventing them from being successful and to help to escort them up to the next level of life. Hope for Prisoners has a pre-release model where we have the opportunity to work with men and women up to 18 months prior to them being released and bringing in a whole gamut of services for them. We very uniquely bring in, leadership training and substance abuse treatment and emotional wellness. And we have a vocational training component as well, where we prepare them to make sure that we're providing them with the tool sets that they're going to need in order to be assets once they get released. The key to our success, hands down, is that once they get released, they're not just released in the community by themselves. We surround them with a team of people that are going to be able to help them to navigate, not only navigate the different challenges, but those things that we've trained them with on the inside. If we release them in the community by themselves, then we run the potential of wasting time, effort, energy, and resources. We do that through intensive case management, and our chief cornerstone is mentoring, where we have trained up well over 500 men and women from our community that serve as mentors. Now, these group of mentors are a very diverse group. They're pastors and leaders from, different churches across Southern Nevada. These are business owners, some of the top business leaders in our state are serving as mentors. These are school teachers from our local school district, because we put an emphasis on that, because if you're gonna improve the caliber of how you're gonna live the rest of your life, then education has to be a huge component of that. So we work with both the university and the community college to get mentors, and right down to the local law enforcement, where the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department has given us an army of volunteer mentors to serve, volunteer police officers that serve as mentors. I get excited every time I share that, because never before in the history of reentry, nowhere on this planet to this magnitude has law enforcement gotten this involved in mentoring and training folks coming out of the prison system. And why do we put a strong emphasis on mentoring? It's because one of the things that we have learned, and I speak from my own personal experiences, is that the majority of people from this segment of the population, they really want to change. They have no idea how to do it. So for so long, we've been telling people from this segment of the population to come out and be a productive member in the community. And they have no idea what that looks like. Or we tell them go home and secure employment, and some of them have never worked a legitimate job a day before in their life. Or we tell men returning back to the community to take your rightful position in your home as the father and as the husband, and they have no healthy reference point of what that looks like. So we do that through that intensive mentoring, so that they can, make sure that it's ensuring their success. So one of the things that really, really helped me when I came home from prison, and this is why what I built Hope for Prisoners on, is that you need to surround yourself with people that are getting the results that you want to get out of life and help you to navigate those different challenges. So in that mentoring process, they get connected and they're able to be successful. In that mentoring process, we surround them with an army of people that's going to jump into different compartments of their life. If they want to go home and they want to be a good husband and a father, well, we make sure that we have some mentors on our team that are great fathers and great husbands. If they want to go back to school, this is why it's important that we have folks from the education department to help them be able to navigate things like financial aid. And if they want to grow in their relationship with Jesus, this is why it is important that we reach out to all the churches so they can be able to come along and be able to mentor them or to be able to disciple them. It is something that people need in their life. I wouldn't be who I am today had it not been for the mentors that came alongside me. And if you were to ask anybody who has ever achieved any significant level of success in life, how did you do it? How did you get to where you are in life? If they are completely honest with you, they're going to admit to you that they did not get there alone. They had people that were in their life that were guiding them, directing them, coaching, teaching, push, pulling, dragging, listening every single step of the way. So how, that reduction in that recidivism, hands down, is because of the wraparound services of those mentoring. And mentoring is biblical, right? And even if you take a look at, the relationship with that Moses had with Joshua. If there was no Moses, there would have never been a Joshua. If there was no Jonathan, there would never been a David. Paul, Timothy, it goes throughout the Bible. People that you're able to raise up and be able to walk with them over a course of a period of time. We take all of our mentors through a very intensive training process because we want to make sure that they're equipped for the job that they're about to embark on. And it's something that the employers have absolutely fallen in love with. For a participant that is coming home from the prison system, for them to say that one of the captains from the police department is walking alongside them and helping them to navigate those different challenges, it's become very, very successful. I'm going to yield the floor to any questions that anybody might have. I know we ran a little bit over on the last time, but any questions anybody might have, I'll yield the floor to you. We do have a national model. Those mentors that we have is not only here in the state of Nevada. We reached out a few months ago and spread that out across the United States of America. It was something that we've learned in the pandemic. So we have a virtual mentoring component that has become extremely, extremely successful. So I'm gonna yield the floor for any questions that you might have.
Yeah, John, I just wanted to say, because I kind of struggle why sometimes things aren't working until I did some research on your agency and participated in the mentor training, and to see the wardens from the Department of Corrections come on a Tuesday night huddles, which I wish all of you can go on to, and police officers wanting to do that. Everybody's working together to make it better for the community. And I remember one of the presenters say they do still have some officers who don't believe in that process, but the majority of them do. And I think that's the key process, is that you have a whole bunch of people who believe in it. What I think happens sometimes in the rural communities is that we don't get all that information, and a lot of our judicial, law enforcement, and everything else don't understand that process, but those persons are coming home. And that's why we emphasize a lot of, I think Pastor Loudon talked about it a little bit, there's not that much difference from urban and rural now. They're basically the same because, we have the same kind of drugs here, meth runs through here, have sex trafficking run through the area. So in your estimate, how do we implement a program, a mentoring program here in a rural community in Southeast Missouri?
And that's a great question. But let's focus on something that you said is very important. You said that when you went through the training, you saw law enforcement, you saw parole and probation, right? You saw the House of Corrections, you saw employers and other social service providers. Those are the key elements that helps to make a successful mentoring program. And let me share this biblical principle with you that will explain the importance of the community coming together. One of the problems that we have had in reentry and men and women returning to the community is explained in this biblical principle when Jesus said that you cannot take new wine and pour it into old wineskin because the old wineskin lacks the flexibility, is too rigid for the new wine to ferment and to grow. And one of the problems that we've had in reentry across this country, we were coming up with all these brand new ideas of how do we deal with people coming home from the prison system. We came up with some fantastic ideas, but what the problem was that we were pouring this new wine into an old antiquated wineskin called the community. So when you have community leaders coming in, that represents the new wineskin. So whether you're working in a big city or whether you're working in the rural areas, you get people, number one, from the church, so we can fully understand what does God want to do with this segment of the population, and then begin to bring in all the other service providers and employers and community leaders, and that makes up the very fabric of the new wineskin.
I really think that's important that we understand, and I go back to what Tony was saying, and I guess I must, missed it a while, but the more understanding, he said, when he went to the police department, they would call you a pastor, and I think a lot of times when you get from the fundamental principles, the original principles of how things were supposed to run, we didn't make it a financial or monetary process. It's about people. And I think, I think it's in Ecclesiastes, it says the whole duty of God is, is to serve him. And that means taking care of everyone else that's around you. Because we've all been taught, I guess, experience with somebody who's been a victim of criminality or someone that's been in our family. I think we're all not immune to that. But to understand what that person has gone through, because that's why a lot of times we focus on informed trauma. And we don't know what kind of trauma that person has been through. We don't know if they've been physically abused, sexually abused, mentally abused, which took them to that point. So I applaud everyone today for being on this webinar, and I applaud, what you and Pastor Loudon are doing and your staff and everyone else and that's on this call and in the community around the country. And I still want to go back to that word about being authentic, and you bring the authentic process to it. And everyone I speak to, I speak about you guys a lot, but we were so blessed to have you come visit our program. We were selected by the federal government to receive that. And I remember jumping up and down. I thought you were gonna get the Holy Ghost that day when they started speaking about things that's going on.
Right. It was Tony, you're on mute.
John and Mark and Alan and Daniel and Lori and all those in Missouri and Brother Porter, you guys have the perfect ingredients for a replication model of Hope for Prisoners. And as John Chief Strategy Officer, man, I would love to be able to, John and I come out there and we talk about how we can replicate some of the things you guys are doing, but more importantly, share what we're doing with Hope for Prisoners and get you guys a franchise out there. And John, lastly, I know you had to get ready for this event that we're putting together, your graduation, but man, you need to hear Brother Allen's testimony, brother. He needs to be on the huddle. He needs to be on the huddle on a Tuesday night with all the other wardens from Nevada that'll be on that call. And to have him come on and talk about what he's doing there and that global leadership program that he's installed there, which I think Nevada will be grateful to have in our region as well. But man, I'm so glad that he's on here today and he's still here, but that has to happen, Doc.
Right. Yeah. And I really, really love that idea. And like I said, anything, we are absolutely all in. I want to circle back to the importance of that law enforcement, partnership, right? And if you think about how it makes sense, because our goal is to get men and women that are returning home from our community to get out into the community and never reoffend again. That's what the goal is, reducing that recidivism to where they never reoffend again. In order for us to be able to do that, we need to instill in them a character that is going to respect and love and appreciate the rules and regulations of our land. We found that that gets enhanced when we bring them into relationship with the men and women who are upholding the law. You know, if you think about it, people across our country, and we saw this last summer, that, you know, people don't like the police, right? You know, they hate the police. And the reason why, and they don't trust police. And the reason why they don't trust police or law enforcement is because they're not in relationship with law enforcement. What relationship could you ever, you know, have trust, establish trust, unless there's life rubbing up against life in the spirit of complete transparency, that we fully understand that we have more in common than we have different. So out of that transparency, you build a relationship, and out of the relationship is when you're able to establish that trust. You know, when we first started out on this mission to build up this law enforcement component, we didn't really know what it was going to look like. And we had one of the captains of the police department. He sat down and he brought, you know, 70 police officers in the room, 70, brought them in the room. And we was talking about these ideas, what it was we were going to do. And he said, you know, you're not going to be, you know, voluntold to do this. We're going to look for some volunteers. And when I tell you that 62 of them got up and walked out of the room, right? 62 got up and walked out of the room. So we started out with that initial 8 people. And those officers, those 8 got ridiculed. They started calling them things like Officer Hug-a-Thug and all these different names. But, you know, they were 8 officers who were madly in love with Jesus, and they were there because it was their calling. And out of that 8, it has grown to 125 police officers that, and we have a waiting list that beat the door down to get, you know, to get engaged. We have an opportunity to take what it is that we that we do and share that vision in the police academy. So those younger officers that are now about to hit the street, they will fully understand you know, what the mission and what this process is all about. Getting men and women who are returning to our community to view police officers from a whole nother set of lens. But if you flip the coin around the other side, this is helping men and women from law enforcement view people who are coming home from the prison system who are truly, truly fighting for a second chance. It's helping them to view them from a whole nother set of lenses. So when you bring the church, you bring the law enforcement agencies all together, laying down a biblical foundation of how God wants to treat this segment of the population, then I believe that that is what it is that's going to just lead to tremendous success. The other reason why the law enforcement has jumped on board, because the sheriff had called us into a meeting, and he said as a police department that they made a mistake. They made a mistake by spending millions of dollars trying to arrest their way out of the ills of the community until they came to the realization that they cannot do that. You hear stories from police officers that are part of a team that have been there 25, 30 years, and they remember locking up someone, you know, 15, 20 years ago. And they got great at locking people up. Fantastic. And sending them to prison 15, 20 years. But here it is 15, 20 years later, that boots on the ground officer might be in a gang task force, promoted up to a lieutenant or captain, and they said that they find themselves rearresting them again. And not only are they arresting them, but they're arresting the next generation of their family. Sounds like those generational curses that are being passed down. But this gives us a wonderful and unique opportunity to break that cycle of recidivism, to change mindsets on both sides of the equation. You know, our overall goal is to change that narrative of what it means to be formally incarcerated and coming home and trying to get out into the community. So you have to have corrections on board, which we do, giving us an opportunity to go into the prison system and do some unprecedented things. And us doing that inside the prison system, what I've noticed in when I was there in Southeast, right? It's changing the infrastructure of a prison system. Because some prison systems, the way that there's the infrastructure of it creates habits that are exact opposite of successful reentry. So when we can get in early on, do that training and create an environment on the inside of the institution, and that's going to help stimulate the growth, then we're ahead of the game. But do not miss the opportunity to provide those same levels of services, a continuum of care. It gets started on the inside, but there's a continuum of care on the outside. Going inside, doing the training, but the big thing, what the biggest part about that is going in and building relationships with the men and women who are coming home. You build up that relationship effective enough that, because we know within 48 hours, if we don't have wrap our arms around them, then they have the potential to go, off to the left. But when you have those mentors and even your substance abuse counselors going in early on, so now when you get out, you're not coming home to something unfamiliar, or you're not coming home to something that you got to start all over with. It's that continuum of care and that mentoring that we've seen a tremendous reduction in recidivism. And right now our recidivism rate is floating right around 6 or 7%, which is just phenomenal, right? It's unheard of. We know that it's only God breathing on what it is that we do, but we're not satisfied with that. We're not satisfied, we're not trying to lose anybody, and always looking for ways to improve the efficiency of what it is that we do.
So John, real quickly, there was a question in the chat if Mr. Bartlett would allow you to answer that. I know we're over time, and Mr. Porter has his hand up, so I believe he has a question. But Alan sent a question in the chat that says the transition of leaving prison and returning to society is every bit as scary and difficult as did you find this to be true for you?
Well, I think that it was a little bit for me. I think it was a little bit nervousness on the inside of me, but I discovered a secret on my last time to the prison system. And it explained in the book of Acts, right? In the book of Acts, Paul and Silas was preaching, and they would tell them, you can't speak in the name of Jesus, right? They just kept doing it. Remember, they got put in prison. And while they were in prison, the Bible says in the middle of the night, they were singing and worshiping. And as they're singing and worshiping, it said the walls fell down and the chains fell off, right? And you remember the Philippian jailer was about to kill himself with the sword, and Paul and Silas was like, no, wait, we're still here, right? We're still here. So the question is, with Paul and Silas, while they were in prison, don't miss this, while they were in prison, chained and shackled, when the walls fell down and the chains fell off, why did they not get up and run? The reason they did not get up and run, because on the inside, they were already set free. When we can come alongside men and women who are incarcerated behind 50-foot walls, behind the barbed wire fences, and we can show them how to be set free. It doesn't matter when I walk out the back door at R&D, I'm already set free on the inside. And again, I wouldn't say nervousness for me. I had the butterflies, but it was this level of excitement that I was about to leave prison, and I wasn't going home. I was being sent. And there's a difference.
John, if I can say something just a minute. First off, I've talked to you on the telephone but this is the first time I get to see you face to face while we're talking. And just let me say that I'm incredibly proud of what you've done since that incarceration. You've taken life, not only your life to a different level, but you've taken the lives of thousands and thousands of other people to a different level. And the only way that you were able to do that, and I'm so glad that you recognize this and that you put this out in your message every time you speak, is that you were able to break free of the bondages that you had on your life, not just incarceration, but just the bondage of sin, the bondage of walking the wrong path.
Yes.
And I think that that's where we're at as a society today. The people who are struggling in society today are the people who are still in bondage, and they just haven't recognized that yet. We have to first set ourselves free to be able to mentor and assist others to find that exact same freedom. And again, it's just an honor. I stuck around. I've got an engagement this afternoon, but I wanted to stick around and listen to what you had to say because I knew that it would be important to me. And I wanted to be able to converse with you face to face. But again, I'm incredibly proud of you, and I look forward to working with you and Tony both in the future. Can't hardly wait to see where this thing goes.
Yeah, I'm excited, and thank you very much for your comment. And again, Tony and I are just raring to go and get down to Missouri. Mark said something about a barbecue dinner or something like that.
We can make that happen. We like to eat in Missouri.
Yeah, I know. Tony and I went to a restaurant and they were throwing bread across the room. I was like, where are we at right now?
Can we get past the Porter in, and we need to go to a break. You get past the Porter and
Yeah,
Mr.
I just wanted to ask, the organization is so successful, and then these are, and I was wondering, because of that success, you're seeing that the people are able to be rehabilitated and back in society. Do you think that, I know that the organization's purpose is to help and mentor people coming out. Because of those success rates, do you think that that is having an impact? Or is there a segment of the organization that has to do with preventative people going into prison? Because there's so much traumatization in Black communities that is kind of setting people up to be incarcerated. And does this help that cause to prevent at least people getting long-term sentencing?
Absolutely, 100%. One of the things that we started a pilot program with the local district attorney's office and working very closely, with the courts. And what that is a very unique alternative to prison sentence, right? So what happens is that the district attorney's office would identify someone who, it may not be this person's first offense. It may be a violent crime. But if the district attorney's office will refer them over to us, my team will actually go into the local jail and they will give them assessment. And that gives us an opportunity, Pastor Porter, to look into the person's backstory. There's a reason why he just robbed that 7-Eleven, and it might have been at gunpoint. There's a reason why. So that gives us a chance, a very unique chance, to dig deep into it. And if my team feels that is something that we would be able to address and get corrected. And again, I've seen some people looking at a 10-year prison sentence, right? My team will bring it back over to me. I'd sign off on it. It'd go to the district attorney. He would sign off it, and then it would go to the courts, and the judge will then sentence them to Hope for Prisoners, and they have to stay with us for 18 months. Sometimes that person may not be released from jail immediately, but we have an entire 64-bed unit inside the Clark County Detention Center where that person may need to stay there for a little while so we can get those things addressed. It might be the trauma, it might be substance abuse, or whatever that might be. And it might even be the vocational training. This person is doing this because he's never worked a day before in their life. So it gives us a chance to still work with them on the inside. And then they get released. They're into our 18-month mechanism, and they'll never reach the prison. That has been, God has breathed on that. It has become extremely, extremely successful. So we're going to be looking to see what we can do to scale that model. But in that scaling, we're just very mindful. We just won't lose our effectiveness. But, you know, that is the prevention from them, you know, getting engaged and never make it to the prison system.
And we're gonna let Mr. Martinez go. I know, John, you have an event and we need to take a
sir.
break. So Mr. Martinez, you want to go ahead and ask your question, please?
I just want to make a couple comments real quick, and I apologize for keep jumping in, but this is absolutely a fantastic discussion. It's a much needed discussion. And the best thing about it is everybody has the same passion for the same goal. So I absolutely love it. John and Pastor Loudon, Mark spoke highly of the both of you the last time I spoke with Mark, and I understand why. And I got goosebumps sitting here listening to everybody, and I want to be actively involved as much as possible. But John, as you were talking, you were reminded me of a couple of things that my pastor said a couple of Sundays ago. One thing he said was that it's not over until God says it's over.
Come on.
You know, even though we may get discouraged, even though we may face barriers, obstacles, whatever it is, not to give up, because it's not over till God says it's over.
Mm-hmm.
And another thing that he said was that God has never lost a battle.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, when I have times of difficulty, that's what I remember. You know, my actions, my philosophy is based on what can I do to better serve him? Because I'm not serving myself. This is who I serve. What does he want me to do? And, you know, when I keep in my mind that one, it's not over till he says he's over, and two, he's never lost a battle, there's absolutely no reason for me to get discouraged or give up. And the last thing I will say is that, oh, now I forgot where I was going. Oh, when you talked about pouring the new wine in the old wineskin, boy, I tell you what, that I'm gonna put that up on my wall somewhere, because what that put in my mind is that even if we have communities that are resistant to change, leadership that changes, our communities and agencies within our communities evolve just like we do. So what I have found where I live is that as the community has evolved, I have taken the opportunity to speak with the new age, so to speak, and have found that there are people now that are more willing to become part of the solution, as opposed to viewing it only as a corrections problem or a probation and parole problem. So when you said that, that made me think of that, you know, how resistant our community was when I first got to this office. But now we find more leaders and more agencies willing to become part of that solution. Right. And the last thing I will say, and I said it the last time we had this Zoom meeting, is I was told one time that people that are afraid to go to hell seek religion, but people that have been there seek Jesus.
Oh my gosh, that is so good.
You know, and I tell you what, you are fantastic, and I have learned so much this morning, and thank you.
Yeah. Oh,
John,
praise God. Thank you so much.
And Brother Porter, we're going to have to hand out some ordained license today to Brother Allen and Brother Daniel Martinez.
Absolutely.
Today was their sermon day, so we can go ahead and get them licensed to preach the gospel of Jesus Christ today.
Yeah. Mark, can I just add one thing?
Go right ahead.
Then, Mr. Martinez, you made me just think about this, and you know, when it comes to you know, to the community and why it's so important. You know, when a person spends time in prison, right? Because the way that they've done their time, or the infrastructure, the prison system, and getting up, waking up, doing these you know, all these things, right? And when that person gets ready to come home, then they say that that person, he or she, is institutionalized. Right? They're institutionalized because of the way, right? So what the problem is why it's so important and imperative that we break up the community, because the community itself has become institutionalized, This is the way that we've always done. This is the way we've handled this segment of the population. This is the way that we have been treated, right? That we have treated them. So when, in that scenario with the new wineskin, we have to make sure that they're coming home, not to just a home, they're coming home to a community that is going to embrace their second chances. And once we're able to do that, I know that we will never, ever, ever look back. But I can tell you, this is why I'm so excited we're on this call, that is going to take the church and people who love Jesus, right, to be able to do that. Just like, you know, when the disciples in the upper room, right, and they were in the upper room, and the Bible says that they were all on one accord. Right, all in one accord. And when they got in one accord in the upper room, people didn't come into that room with different agendas. It wasn't about them, it was about God. They were all on one accord. And they said when they all got on one accord, Pastor Ben, it said that's when the Holy Spirit blew through that room like never before. And I believe that what God is calling us to across this nation is that he's calling us to an upper room experience. And then when we all get on one accord, right, for the betterment and well-being of the people that's coming home, and we're truly on one accord, that's when you're going to see the Spirit of God blow through this earth realm, and prison reentry, prison reform, it'll never be the same. But we have to do it by coming together. Amen.
Well, we're gonna get ready to take a break, but I just wanted to put this thing. An old friend of mine, Dr. Beverly Coleman Miller, said, you know, everybody says it takes a village to raise a child. But she said when she went over there, she said it was, how dare you raise that child alone? So how dare we not work together to get, you know, to help our other friends and family members out and persons in the community. So we're gonna take a 10-minute break. Everyone that spoke this morning, I am so grateful for your presentations. And we'll see everybody in about 10 minutes. And Jane, you'll be up next. Thank y'all so much and have a blessed day.
God bless you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Excellent.
While we're taking a break, John, are you still there?
Yes.
I was going to say, if you ever make it down to Southeast Missouri again, I can take you where they hit you with rolls. I live about 2 minutes from that place.
Hey, we're traveling again. We're on our way.
Matter of fact, our oldest daughter works there, so.
Oh,
We're on our way.
We'll hook you up.
And Tony, that might be sooner than later, right?
That's right. That's right.
So maybe we can look at the I don't know, first, second week in May.
That's right, my friend.
Right.
Oh man, that sounds good. That sounds good. We love to eat down here.
Yeah. I know with some really, really good food. I tasted some collard greens in there. I was like, is my mom back there in the kitchen?
Hey, John, if you get a Deputy Warden Wickham and Mr. Allen together, two program people for training on the same huddle call.
I think so. Yeah.
And Sergeant Peck and Daniel Martinez on the same call. I'm telling you, that'd be powerful.
Yeah, right. Maybe we can move some people around for this Tuesday and see if Alan might be available this Tuesday.
Hey, I can be on an airplane in about 30 minutes. I'll go wherever you want to go.
That's what I'm
Hey,
talking about.
listen, I got to go. I got to get on the road. I got a prior engagement. It was awesome listening to you guys this morning. Love you guys. You take care of yourself, okay?
Love
Absolutely.
you too, brother. Be
Love you
safe out
too.
there.
We'll be in touch.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yeah, John, it'd be powerful, man. He told a story about this person that went to his program that had been 47 years in prison. Sat in his office and cried for over 2 hours, man.
Wow.
Wasn't a dry eye on the Zoom call, man.
We're gonna make
Wow.
sure everyone gets a copy of the video, and I get it approved and make sure we have all the glitches out and make sure all the participants get a copy of the video. But I truly appreciate everyone. You can see what we do. It almost makes me think of that song, Philadelphia Freedom. I know I get stuck in my mind back from the 70s, being in Philadelphia with Elton John.
Yeah.
But I know his presence is here because everyone's conversation is the same and has been across the board. And I think we had an event last night and Rhonda, who's put everything, helped me with the Zoom call and with the PowerPoints and everything. You want to say hi, Rhonda, while you sit back there?
Thank you, Rhonda. Thank you.
This is Craig McBride. Have you talked to anybody in the southern region about the ICTS program, Improving Community Treatment Standards, or JRI, the Joint Reinvestment Initiative?
Who are you asking the question to?
It was to John.
Oh, okay. John, you
Oh, I'm
still
sorry.
there?
Yeah, I am here and I apologize. I need to run to, we're getting ready for this big reentry graduation today over at police headquarters.
Okay.
But I have not, but I would love to get a little bit more information. Greg, I'm gonna drop my contact information into the chat. But if we can circle back and have a call or exchange some emails, I would love to know a little bit more about it.
Absolutely. I would love that. Thank you.
Be safe, John, and
All right.
tell everyone I say congratulations at the graduation today.
Well, that's, I certainly will. And Mark, what I'd like to see if you can consider, if you could reach out to Mr. Hughes and see, because it's Second Chance Month, our next upcoming Tuesday night huddle, I'd love for him to come on and share.
Okay, I'll make sure, do you mind if I share your cell phone number with him?
Oh, no, please do.
Okay, I'll make sure I'll take care of that today.
All right, sound good. God bless you guys.
All right, be at peace. Thank you.
All right, John,
All
praying
right,
for you,
Tony.
John.
Thanks, man. All right, bye-bye.
Miss Jane, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Hi, how are you?
Oh, good. How are you doing?
Pretty good. Are you working with some of the SECC offenders that were previously
Yes.
released? You are.
Yes.
So who do you have? Do you have anybody today that is with you or no?
No,
Okay.
they are actually listed on the agenda, and I'm going to say a little bit about that. But Brian and Lewis both I've been able to visit with, and you know, not being a volunteer any longer, I have been with them and been to visit and communicate.
See what Jenny Peppercorn talking about.
Nice. So are you working with Stephen Kavanaugh?
No, I am not.
Okay. Yeah, Alan had thought that you were helping him out, so I was wondering.
No, no, Brian and Lewis.
Okay, so what is it, what area do you help with? Do you work with?
Well, we had recovery housing for men for 16 years. And so Lewis actually came to Mission, Missouri when and we've had some others that Kenneth Carter and some others who came from, our work inside the prison that came to us. But then in January of 2020, we switched to women. So we still do outpatient, but with the guys coming out, we've been able to, more encouragement and checking on them and just finding out what's going on with them and trying to connect them to this network.
Right. Good.
Yeah.
Well, it's very nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Hi, Kelly.
We'll try to give everybody a couple more minutes and we'll get started again. And again, I appreciate everyone's participation today. It's been a great foundational point to get started on this whole process of Second Chance Month and reentry.
Good afternoon, Mark.
Good afternoon, Shonda. Was the dynamic duo ready for their little spot in the field?
Yes, of course, nervous. We've heard all great speakers.
Ron and I was just saying that, and I go back to authenticity, is that the people are supposed to be here today. And that's why this webinar is so great right now. it's, you know, we're all at the same mind. I think Mr. Martinez was saying, and, you know, we're all in the same place. So hopefully we'll be able to revisit all of these presentations and see if I can work it out that we can revisit these presentations separately for like an hour webinar. It's been really inspiring, and that's the whole thing. I said, Mr. Hughes had me up here crying with that story, and I heard him tell that same story again, and you still get the same reaction. So, you know, we all deserve the opportunity for a second chance to do. So I'm glad we have everyone that's on board, you know, as presenters, but also as participants. Shonda, we're at about 103 for the webinar next Wednesday.
A little bit more.
Oh, I just found out it wasn't my fault. I looked at the names, so it wasn't my fault. So I apologize because I thought I had got it up to that money. So I guess we're over 103, but I guess we all need to talk about secondary traumatic stress too.
Yes.
And in the program booklet, we already have the next several months planned out. So I guess people will start registering early for those too.
Yes. I'll send you an updated list.
Okay, thank you. Can you send it to Dr. Jenkins also too, please? How you doing, Mr. Dooley?
I'm doing good, Mr. B. How you doing?
Oh, I'm glad to see everyone's here. It's been a blessing today. I'm charged up. Like I told them, some days you just want to give up doing this work, and then you run into people like you guys, and you get readjusted and say, "Oh my gosh, here we go again. Next for the roller coaster ride."
That's good. Then glad you got your battery recharged.
We have some time on the, we have 30 minutes on the back end after Mr. Clancy speaks, so we can probably go over a little bit. Hello, Lynn.
Hi, Mr. Bartlett. How are you?
I'm fine, and you?
Good, good. I apologize. I had to step away for a few moments, but
Oh, wait, we're taking a break. I think everyone's soul was
so
lifted
is
above
Ms.
the-
Pfeffercorn next on?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm facilitating for Ms. Hemphill and Ms. Vogelsang.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, everyone, we're gonna go ahead and get started. I guess I will go ahead and introduce Ms. Pfeffercorn and
Please do not read that, okay?
oh no, I was gonna go off my personal experience.
All right, you
I
can do
want to
that.
keep the momentum going, but I've known Jane for several years and even worked for one of her programs over at the Old Green Memorial Church over in Sunset in Sykeston. And I know she's been into the recovery business for, gosh, I think we met back in '90s.
Long time ago.
It's been a long time ago, and she's really been pressing on this issue of recovery in our community in Sykeston, but also in the whole Southeast Missouri region. And so I wanted to get her to, since she's done work at Southeast Correctional Center and promoted peer specialists, I wanted to bring her as to do a facilitation. Well, basically not facilitate, but just hold a conversation. We did send out invitations to Mr. Kavanaugh, Mr. Cosby, and Mr. Barr. They just recently been released and they're with their families. So, you know, hopefully we can get them on another call, but we have another excellent person that I think you need to hear his story. And Jane, I'll hand it over to you.
Oh, well, thank you, Mark. And it's an honor to be part of this. Mark and I have worked together for a long time. And I just do want to, before we go further and really want to spend most of our time hearing Lewis's fantastic, miraculous story, is that I want to advocate for Brian and Lewis and Steve. For whatever reason, they're sort of the example of because they're employed and maybe couldn't get the employers to work with this or the technology piece or whatever. But I cannot go farther until I advocate for their voices to be included in the future. And I know Mark and I are going to be diligent about that because they really are the power, as Lewis is as well. And Brian and Lewis Barr and I work together inside the intensive therapeutic community at the Southeast Correctional, and they were two of the peer and corrections that we were able to create a credential for. And so they have been out. I'm no longer a volunteer there. So Lewis and his wife actually came to my house a couple of Christmases ago and really got to visit with them. So we have relationship with them. I know it's a crazy word to use, but we have relationship. I was glad to hear John say that a while ago. And I can't go any farther until we advocate for the fact that these guys have got to be part of the conversation going forward. So enough said about that. Love these people. And I just want most of our time to be spent on hearing Lewis Dooley's miraculous story. And then after having been through this whole seminar and webinar today, can you tell us some things that are ringing true with the need for authenticity and relationship? So Lewis, we'll turn it over to you. So glad to be with you today.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Peppercorn. Thank you, Mr. Bartlett, and all you other guys who have shared. I didn't know I was going to be sharing my story. I just thought I was going to be like interviewed on a panel or something like that. But I'm happy to do so. Yeah, so real quick, I don't want to belabor anything, and there's probably more important people to have things to share than myself. But in a nutshell, when I was 19 years old, I was convicted of attempted murder and first-degree armed robbery and sentenced to life in prison back in 1994. And man, it rocked my world, to say the least. And it was through another guy in the county jail who was waiting to go to trial for murder that shared Christ with me. He came and approached me, gave me some things I didn't have, and I thought he was trying to make a move on me because where I'm from, you don't give people something for nothing. And so I went to go take his life, and that's when he shared the gospel with me, and I gave my life to Christ that first day. And so that's where the journey began. I ended up in Potosi Correctional Center, scared to death as a new 20-year-old, and life just continued to happen. I got hooked up with the chapel and having a porter job there. That was instrumental, and God really directed my steps to put me around some godly prisoners, as well as a pretty good chaplain. And it was through those relationships I was building with them and through going to church services. And then a young man then who was coming in, passing out free Bible courses and doing a Bible study, that I really started to grow in my faith. And I continued my journey, learned about God and struggling, trying to figure out what it looks like to live for God in an environment that's for the most part godless, or at least was where I was at back then. I got hit with 2 more life sentences from a prior crime I had committed. So I was like, man, I'm gonna be here for the rest of my life. But God has given me eternal life. And I decided that was a lot longer than the question mark of years I would have here on this earth. And so I just poured my life into learning the Bible, which turned to God piercing my heart to evangelism and discipleship while I was inside. And I found my purpose in life. It was to love God and to love others by helping them understand who God is. And after 13 years, the parole board said they wanted to interview me. And I was like, what? So I went. It was really quick. It was nothing like I had been told it was going to be. And I thought it's just a mere formality. But about 6 weeks later, they came back and said they were going to let me go home in just 2.5 more years. So I left Potosi Correctional Center. I entered the Algoa Correctional Center, scared to death because of the different environment, and continued to pursue God. And after 2.5 years, I got out. That was 2009. And by God's grace, he saw fit to let me go for some reason that I can't explain. I didn't have any appeals. The 2 life sentences I had took as a plea bargain, and that was the most amount of sentencing I could get, even if I went to trial and lost out. But I was guilty. I didn't want to take my family through that experience again. And so I just took it on the chin, and did what I felt as though was the right thing. But God, for whatever reason, let me go. I got out. I met my wife while I was inside. We've been married a little over 11 years now, and she lived in the Chicagoland area, so that's where I currently live. And after a couple years of struggling up here trying to find a job, struggling to try to find my place in the church, visited several churches, bigger churches, smaller churches, and they didn't know what to do with me, just to be frank, because I was on fire for God. I knew the Bible pretty well, more than most of the regular people that went. And I couldn't figure out why they didn't want to have anything to do with me. And so my heart was kind of broken. And a coffee company that hires felons gave me a job. That gave me some identity of to do something out here. And after 1.5 years of working there, the ministry, Set Free Ministries, that I was working for in prison, gave me opportunity to work for them outside of the prison. And basically, this man said, I feel like God has something for you. And I want to provide you an opportunity to work in this ministry. It's not a paying job. You have to raise your own support, but I feel like God got something for you. So I quit my paying job, jumped into a non-paying job to start trying to disciple men coming out of prison. Did that a few years. And then it was through a warden at Southeast Correctional Center and the director of the Missouri Department of Corrections in 2014 that let me go back into prison. And I became an official volunteer in the Missouri Department of Corrections. And now I'm blessed with the opportunity to get a chance to, travel around different states. Pretty much any state will have me come into their prison except the state of Illinois, where I've always resided, except when I was incarcerated, because they're in the stone ages when it comes to just everything incarceration and reentry. But I get a chance to try to impact, impact people's lives by sharing the word of God with them. A few years ago, I was blessed the opportunity to be able to author a book. And so I get a chance to go to prisons, pass out free copies of my book to guys so they can read my story and hopefully be an encouragement to them, with the focal point being Christ and how he can impact and change a person's life. And lastly, in a few weeks, my wife and I will be moving to a bigger house where we're going to start bringing young men ages 18 to 21 out of incarceration to come live with us to help them with their spiritual education, any kind of vocational training like welding, plumbing, whatever, or if they want to go to college, we'll be raising funds to do all of that. So that's kind of the new endeavor in life that God is leading us to. And it's an honor and a blessing, not only to serve my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, but to see so many other brothers and sisters who have committed their life first to Christ, but also committed their life to helping people like myself. And even though you may have not had a personal hand with me, I represent a population of people that you guys are impacting. And it's words cannot express my gratitude, because there's not nearly enough people. As you all know, the harvest is plentiful, but the workers are few.
So I'm going to ask you, and we just applaud you, first of all, and thank God for what he has done in your life and your willingness to serve. And so I'm going to really throw a tough question at you in our last few minutes that we have. Hearing all these wonderful things that you've heard today, and then the work that that is going on, what's kind of if you would have a kind of a revelatory word for all of us, whether it's an encouragement or a caution, or just a hope that you have for all of this work that's going on in the juncture where we are now, what would it be to us today, Lewis?
Yeah, that's a great question. I would just a word that resonated with me earlier with someone else, I think you also picked up on, is a relationship. Oftentimes ministry becomes like a program, And
Yes.
instead of being in a relationship with people, we're programming people, and that's really sterile. And there's not really much relational equity put into that. And so I would just say a cautionary thing, and I'm looking at the mirror speaking to myself, because sometimes we get caught up in numbers, sometimes we get caught up in effectiveness and growth. But the main thing we need to get caught up on is that relational piece. And Jesus said in Matthew 28 to go and make disciples of people of all nations. And so all nations is everywhere and it's everybody. And to me, discipleship is life on life. So it's investing our lives with other people's lives to try to help them first know God, and second, to become productive tax-paying members of society. And so I would just say, be relational, be relational, be relational. Don't let people feel like that they're just a program, because that's when you lose people.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you so much. And Mark, I don't know if we have, time for a couple of questions specifically to Lewis, but if we do, I feel like there might be some things on people's hearts that they want to ask him.
Yeah, we can leave the door open. I said we have some on the back end of the program. We have some extra time, and because I can be a testimony for Lewis and his wife, because they came to my wife's school asking for no funds, and they stood there the whole day and talked with the kids there. So
Wow.
that's just a testimony of the person he is, and his help me. For him to do positive things. So, I watched the video, and always the reaction they always give me when they gave you life in 100 years. Can you talk about that again?
Yeah, when the judge said life in 100 years, man, it was incredible. I mean, I broke down, my family broke down and was screaming. And at that point, I felt like my life was over. I had so many dreams and hopes and aspirations. And all that was just gone in an instant. And I didn't know what my future looked like. I was just blank. And for the first time in my life, I think most people think about the future and they have plans. Whether they actually carry out those plans or not is a different story. But for the first time in my life, I had no plan or no vision of what my future would look like. And it was the scariest thing. I mean, I had stared down the barrel of many guns in the past, and I had all kind of crazy stuff happen to me that was scary. That was the scariest moment of my life, where I could not see any future.
Lewis, you're not rotten to the core. You found yourself in that situation. How did you find yourself in that situation? I mean, you got sentenced because of the crime that you had: attempted murder, armed robbery, or burglary, or whatever it was. Why were you there?
Yeah, so a traumatic thing happened in my life. My father was in the streets, and he got murdered when I was 15. And up until that point, I wanted to be a lawyer. I was a good student. Like I had a future. But I had, at the same time, I had a lot of negative influences. I'm from East St. Louis, Illinois. And I don't know if people on here know where that is or anything about that, but it's like any other ghetto or, poor crime-ridden community. There's many of them in our country, but that was a community I was in. I was raised in that community. And I basically, by God's grace, was able to stay away from that negative element, because I was scared to death that my father would get me, because he was in that element. And when he got killed, man, that crushed me. I was the only child by my mother. I got 5 or 6 brothers and sisters. They all got different mothers. They all older than me. And I idolized my father. And when he got killed, it just crushed me and it broke my heart. And all of the stuff in me that was keeping me away from like going to the other side, I lost all those inhibitions, and I just started embracing all the negative culture and stuff that was around me. And you're right, I wasn't raised a bad person. I wasn't raised in the church, but I wasn't raised bad. I wasn't rotten to the core, but we're sinners, I believe. And I went on a sinning spree, to say the least. I became a drug dealer. I was doing drive-by shootings, and so I did a lot of evil, like crazy, mean, terrible stuff, and that's what led me to my incarceration.
I have one other question too, because I have, of course, read your story and heard you speak, but and then even today you kind of said that you had to spend a little bit of time finding that place where you really felt that you fit in. And so what happened inside of you internally or externally to cause you to know that, yeah, this was the path and you were on it and you were at peace with it?
Man, I love that question. That's great. I was always searching for an identity. You know, my father was black, my mother was white. I grew up in an all black environment, and the black people didn't accept me because I wasn't black enough, and they made fun of my mother. And then when I was in the white community didn't accept me because they didn't know what I was. And so I was all my life trying to figure out, who am I? I had no control over this, but who am I? And when I met Christ and I started reading the scriptures, and I found out that once I gave my life to Christ, my identity was in him, and that he created me exactly how he wanted me created, then it filled a void that was in my life my entire life. Where I felt like I didn't have to impress people. I didn't have to try to fit in. I can embrace Jesus, and he would give me a trajectory in my life to where it didn't matter what anybody else said or did. What mattered is what my Father says and what pleases him. And so that's what helped me. It was a hole in me that Jesus filled, and I didn't have to search for anything anymore.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, thank you, Lewis, for being who you are. And I think we need to keep coming back and relying on you to help us stay on the trajectory that we're supposed to be on as well.
Yeah, well, thank you guys very much again for your time. And Mr. Bartlett, thank you for including me in this and give me opportunity to just get to meet some people. I've been writing names down and email addresses and stuff because I'm going to be contacting some of y'all, so get ready.
Well, I'm so happy. I know, you know, every time I ask, you always show up, and so I've been so impressed with you when I was working at Southeast Correctional Center, and the presence you brought, and working in that whole area. And I know you were driving down from Chicago all the way to Charleston to do the Set Free Ministries program. And you know, just like I said before, we might have to do some mini beignets, you know, just with you, Pastor Loudon, Mr. Martinez, everybody that's on this call, to make sure that we keep this movement going like a tsunami, that we can come to shore and grab folks and take them back with us, and then we can come back in and get some more. We here at MBRC, you know, we truly appreciate your story, and we want to do this again. I know we're going to probably have to have a follow-up on this because it's too powerful right now. It's I've been crying and laughing and doing everything else today, and it's really powerful. Do you have any closing words you'd like to give?
I want to say one other thing, and that is to remember that this Brian and Lewis and Steve, Lewis Dooley, if you can help us, we got to get these guys included because they are powerful, and their lives speak to the transformation that they've had, and that, you know, they need to be on this path with us. So I just, you know, please help us empower them.
Yeah, I know Steve personally, and I've been in touch with him since he's been out, and our organization is all backing him and helping him. The other gentlemen, I don't know them. I've never known them, but I was incarcerated with Steve, and I've interacted with him for years. So
okay.
And I think, to be honest, I think, you know, they're living their lives now. And the last time I talked with Steve, he was trying to navigate the new life, and I think somebody had stole his identity when he went to set up a bank account. And somehow, when the stimulus checks came out, so, you know, I think they're all navigating this whole virtual world right now. So, but we will get them back involved with Lewis too. So Ms. Peppercorn and Lewis, thank y'all so much for today. And let me share this next slide and get our next speakers up. Righty. And Ms. Chambers. You're on mute.
Sorry about that. What an amazing day that we're having. I just want to commend everyone that put this fantastic event together, all of the speakers. I'm so looking forward to engaging with all of you. Please, Mark, include me when those folks come down to the Boot Hill. I would love to spend some time with you. I have a personal and a professional interest in this topic, as a recovering social worker and now a social worker on steroids known as an attorney, and also through family connections. So thank you. Thank God for this. I am so excited that you guys asked me to introduce this amazing woman. Every time I read her bio and I really think about what she's been doing, first of all, we have all acknowledged this is very much a calling, and to work with people with substance use disorders is an amazing calling, and she has been at it first. I won't read her whole bio, but I do want to let you know that she is highly qualified to be speaking with us today. She has a master's degree in history, which personally fascinates me. Can't wait to talk to you about it. And she's also certified through several credentialing boards all around the field of addictions and alcohol and drug. Her job title is the Chief Behavioral Health Officer at the Gibson Recovery Center. And Ms. Hemphill is working with running both the transitional and the outpatient program for women. So without further ado, I introduce to some and present to others, Ms. Shonda Hemphill.
Hey, Lynn, can you introduce us, Ms. Vogelsang also, please?
Certainly, I'd be honored to. Her, Ms. Hemphill will also be joined in this presentation by Melissa Vogelsang. And Ms. Vogelsang, also an awesome lady, is the director of the medication services at Gibson Recovery Center. She's highly qualified as well, holding a master's degree, licensed professional counselor, and has been with Gibson since 2015. So I really love this part of your bio, that she's passionate. We've got to have a passion for this work. It's got to be more than our paycheck. Client care, mental health issues, and combating stigma around substance use disorder. So thank you so much for what you do for the least of these in society, the folks that people are not just running up to work with every day. So thank you so much. And we're looking forward to your presentation.
Thank you so much.
Yes. Good afternoon. I just want to say today I felt like I've been to church a few times, and I needed to, you know, prance around the house and shout a little bit. I am so moved by Mr. Lewis's testimony, and for me, it's a personal experience. I've only have one sibling. I have one brother, and 3.5 years ago, he's been incarcerated. And so Melissa and I were work besties, and I cried for 9 months, and she cried with me. And so it's an encouragement that one, he will get out, two, that his life can improve. And I just wanted to know this, just I would like to, wish I could let him meet you, because he needs to be encouraged. And sometimes he feels like, I can't believe they gave me all that time. But I'm believing and he's believing, and God has the last say. So I've been in the field of substance use for 19 years. You look and you see that I'm a history major, and you're probably like, how did she go from history to substance use disorder? Part of it is that I didn't know that my family, because we didn't know what we called it. I just thought my grandmother drank too much, but she suffered with alcoholism. And so then, many of my family members, and so I was drawn to this field, I would say by God divine, you know, his design, even though I went 7 years for something else, but he's gonna get what he paid for regardless. So even if I had to take this long trip around, and I'm very passionate. One of the comments someone talked about freedom. I totally believe that people are incarcerated because they are not free. They are bound. They have generational curses. They have complex trauma, and all of that contribute to them being incarcerated and living destructive life paths. So I'm going to allow Miss Melissa to talk.
Hey, everybody. It's just an honor, an absolute honor to be here. This has been just eye-opening. I've cried, I've smiled a lot. This has just been a really, really good experience, and it is an absolute honor to be here and to be presenting. I have been with Gibson for 6 years. Before that, I worked with children in mental health. Mental health I'm very passionate about, as well as substance use disorder. And in my bio, as you guys know, it said I am the director of medication services. But more than that, I'm passionate about getting people, assisting them in any need they have. So without further ado, and Lewis, I also have to comment that you're a very, very hard act to follow. So thank you so much for sharing your powerful story and with us. So.
Give me one moment.
Are you guys gonna take over the screen?
Yes.
Okay.
So incarceration in the US, 1.6 million people are incarcerated in federal, state, and county prisons, and 95% of these people will be released back in our communities. Whoops.
Sorry.
It's okay. Nationwide, 68% of released offenders were rearrested for a new crime within 3 years. 77% were arrested within 5 years, and 57% were arrested by the end of their first year out. So we see where this is going, kind of this pattern and cycle.
I kind of want to comment. A lot of the consumers that I work with, they stated that they end up reoffending, going back into the penal institution after 11 months. And I always question, like, why is that? And as I, research and also talk to them, I realized that, again, they have a lot of trauma history. People who experience any form of childhood abuse and neglect are 9 times more likely to be involved in the criminal justice system than people who did not experience abusive neglect. In some, the most wounded people, the most vulnerable people end up in prison. A high percentage of women in prison have experienced sexual, physical, emotional, and violence in relationships. So they have it, they've had the person who's supposed to love them the most, they've ended up experiencing abuse. So they don't really know what really love is. For justice involved many have witnessed someone being killed or seriously injured and been physically assaulted by either a stranger or a family member, or have been sexually abused also. And I guess one of the, I would say what I had struggled with when I was working in St. Louis, Missouri, I feel like I'm a big encourager, and I was, have all these plans as being a young counselor years ago. And a client kind of confronted me. He said, okay, I hear what you're saying, but when I leave, I'm dodging bullets and I don't really have a place to stay. And so that really, I realized that I can't just focus on their substance use disorder. We have to treat the whole person. We have to deal with the trauma. We also need to help them connect with resources to have a safe place to go to get the mental health counseling they need.
Re-traumatized individuals. So when these individuals enter prison, they are often re-traumatized either by other prisoners, poorly trained or monitored prison staff, or by the institutionalized trauma present in some prisons. This exacerbates their mental health symptoms and confirms their maladaptive perspective due to the institutional trauma they may face. So again, we see this cycle pattern.
I'm not going to read all of this, but there's one study by Professor Novitzky and Patel interview recent incarcerated people about their experience with violence behind bars, they found that prisons have become exposure points for extreme violence that undermines rehabilitation, re-entry, and mental and physical health. So people who go into the institution already traumatized, getting more traumatized because they witnessing and experiencing violence. The participants in the study said they frequently witness brutal acts of violence, including stabbings, attacks with scalding, substance, multi-person assaults, and murder. They also describe lingering effects of witnessing these traumatic events, including hypervigilant, anxiety, depression, and avoidance. These traumatic events in health and social function in ways that are not so different from the person who actually have received the violence. So they had this vicarious trauma because of their experience being incarcerated.
No escape. So responses to witness violence behind bars can result in post-traumatic stress symptoms. I know Dr. Grinstead touched on this earlier, but anxiety, depression, avoidance, hypersensitivity, flashbacks, difficulty with emotional regulation. Participants describe experiencing flashbacks and being hypervigilant, often after release. So one participant explained, we put this quote in because we thought it was pretty powerful. I'm trying to change my life and my thinking, but it, meaning the violence, always pops up. I get flashbacks about it, just how the violence is. In a split second, you can be cool, and then the next thing you know, there's people getting stabbed or a fight breaks out over nothing.
And I kind of want to just comment that when people are having those reoccurring flashbacks of traumatic events, that, you know, it also increased suicidal thoughts and plans, because who wants to continue to relive one of the most traumatic events in your life? We chose this slide because part of it, I was kind of shocked by some of the statistics. People in prison experience physical and sexual violence behind bars at an alarming high rate. What I was surprised is the sexual victimization of women. I've always heard about men being sexually assaulted, but I was unfamiliar with women being sexually assaulted, and even at a higher rate.
The effects of witnessing violence are compounded by the pre-existing mental health conditions, which are more common in prisons and jails than the general public. So that's important to note. Pre-existing mental health conditions. So say you already have a little bit of anxiety going on. Obviously, these are perpetuated in a prison environment.
I just kind of want to comment. One of the consumers I had been working with for years, and he ended up going to prison. And when he got out, he was almost like a shell of the person that I had been counseling for about 3 or 4 years. He had high anxiety. He was paranoid. And so there was a lot to help him unpack all that trauma. And he came home where he didn't have any support. His mother was a substance use disorder, suffered with substance use disorder. His sister, so everything he knows was that lifestyle. And because we have huge waiting lists, a lot of people don't get the help that they need. And part of it, I would say, is that we're not really talking. I think this why this conference is so important, is because we're networking, we're talking. Right now, I have 100 people on my waiting list, but if Mr. Bartlett, Mark will call and say, hey, I have this girl, this young lady who just got out of prison, and she's right here right now, she needs treatment. Then I'm gonna ask Mark, let me talk to her. And then I'm gonna ask, well, come on in. When can you get here? And so having those soft or those warm handoffs is going to help equip our people, and we need to do more of that. It's like we have to we can't just do what we normally do. We have to get outside of the box and think of different ways to how we're going to help people. Again, Prison is rarely the first place that incarcerated people experience violence. Even before entering prison or jail, incarcerated people are more likely than those on the outside to have experienced abuse and trauma. Studies found that 30 to 60% of men in state prisons had post-traumatic stress disorder compared to 3 to 6% of the general population. Statistics show that 37% of women in state prison experience child abuse compared to 12 to 17% of all the adult women in the US. In fact, at least half of the incarcerated women identified at least one traumatic event in their lives. I work in the women's program, and I can say that I'm going to say almost 99% of the people I work with has trauma, sexual abuse. They're all trying to recover from their childhood. And if you're not getting that foundation, there's no way that you're able to know how to live. So when people are coming out of prison, not only we have this expectation that they need to come on, start living and get it together. They never even had those skills in the first place. So not even being rehabilitated, they're having to learn how to live.
Post-incarceration syndrome. It's a mental disorder that occurs in individuals either currently incarcerated or recently released. Symptoms are found to be most severe for those who have encountered extended periods of solitary confinement or institutional abuse. Responses to witnessed violence behind bars can result in post-traumatic stress symptoms. We've already kind of covered these, but anxiety, depression, avoidance, hypersensitivity, flashbacks, difficulty with emotional regulation. Individuals have described experiencing flashbacks and being hypervigilant even after they are released. So, this is important to note that once someone is released from prison, the symptoms don't just go away.
So prisoners, we already know that they have lots of challenges when they're coming out. The world has changed. I have a friend who, a classmate who went to prison and he did 18 years. And he said things are so different than when he left. So that is even traumatic. The simple thing is pumping gas. One told me they didn't even understand how to pump the gas because it was so different. So there's a lot transition that the offenders have to go through. Gaining employment and maintaining an employment. There's times where if you already traumatized and you haven't ever had a job before, it may be difficult for you to find employment and maintaining it. Stable housing is a perpetual problem. We have homelessness. A lot of the people that's incarcerated, they has experienced homelessness. There's a huge correlation between homelessness. And then social support, the lack of social support. Most of the prisons do not have the social support. As I reflect on my situation, my brother, he has support. My parents and myself, we're there all the time. But I know my client said they never got a visitor when they were in prison. They don't get money coming from home. And so my brother's not worried about when he get home where he's gonna go. He already has a place to go. He's not worried about transportation because he's gonna get a car bought for him. And most people don't have that experience. So social support is so important. And sometimes it will be our agencies. We're gonna be there because that's all they have. And we talked about relationships. Someone mentioned about we have to not have programs, but relationships. As a counselor, we have all these rules and regulations about boundaries, but I realized that we're treating human beings. And so people are going to naturally, feel like that you're their only support that they have. I have two clients now, and they've been on my caseload for 5 years. And that's because we build that relationship. They know me.
Okay, I'll get through this one quick because we are on a time limit. So trauma-informed approach to reentry individuals. We have to take a trauma-informed approach when we're working with reentry, substance use, mental health issues. The trauma-informed approach is imperative. So it acknowledges that the consumer is more likely than not to have trauma. So just assume that they do, recognizes the existence of trauma indicators and recognizes the role trauma may play in the consumer's life. Changes organizational culture to emphasize respecting and properly responding to the effects of trauma, and practice trauma-informed approach so that it becomes second nature and prevalent in all services.
I'm not going to read all of this, but using evidence-based practices to address trauma is so important. Safety plans that it equips survivors to manage their trauma symptoms, the seeking safety, it educates the clients. How did they even get in the situation that they were in? The trauma effect regulation guide for education. Again, it teaches them about how trauma affect the brain, their body, how is it affecting them as a person. And the sanctuary model, it's a model that really the staff, the providers walk beside the client. They walk beside them. This is a collaboration. And then the EDMR, which I have heard great things about, is that what would take people 5 years in counseling, they can be healed from or able to manage that traumatic stress in like 5 or 6 sessions. And so I think that's amazing. And there's a lot of the consumers that have a lot of complex trauma. I recommend them to do EMRD, because sometimes talking about that trauma, you can re-traumatize them. You know, sometimes hearing those stories again is not a good thing. And so this is another program to kind of help them not have to relive the traumatic event.
So we need to increase access and connections to support services and assistance for transitioning clients. This is a no-brainer, but we need to say it over and over. Promote a responsible quality of life through positive family, spiritual, and informal support connections.
And then last,
how was that, Mark, to go that fast? That's good for us.
And lastly, Melissa and I were leaving with this quote, the world breaks everyone, and afterwards many are strong at the broken places. I believe most of us have experienced some trauma and have been broken. And this is the reason why we're in this field now. We know that our past and our present circumstance does not have to be our final destinations. We've heard beautiful testimonies how people had a traumatic past, who've gone through incarceration, and now they're living like the best life. So thank you.
Thank you.
I really appreciate your presentation. I'm sorry, Mark, were you?
Oh, go ahead, you're fine.
I was just going to ask if anyone had any comments or questions. I was, of course, just reminded of the fact that we actually do have tools that work. We know how to help people recover. We know how to help people integrate into society. And it just basically boils down to what we have here are people committed to doing it. I was thinking about what he said about the churches. It only takes one person to drive that church van. And like all of us, incarceration has touched our lives, touched our families' lives. And we forget that families also go to prison in a sense. So thank you, Shonda, for your transparency. And again, I'm living that experience as well. I'm 17 years in my journey. So I appreciate being here today. I'd like to open it up to the floor if anyone has any questions or comments for these two wonderful speakers, and then I'll hand it back to you, Mr. Bartlett.
Yeah, I got to jump in real quick. Shonda and Melissa, thank you. Man, I've never heard anybody talk about this stuff before, and I'm messed up. I mean, I need help. I mean, seriously, my mind, like all the stuff y'all talked about, I got that stuff. And, you know, I've never shared that with anybody before because nobody understands. And, you know, you guys seem like you understand. last year, I built a cell in my garage. I'm sitting in it right now. Like, I'm serious. I'm not joking. I didn't intentionally build a cell, but it's 9x8, and that's my comfort zone. And my wife pointed out and said, "You just built a jail cell." And I was like, wow. So institutionalization is deep. And one thing we learn in prison is how to adapt to survive. But my mind, man, stuff I seen and stuff I did, it's hard to shake that stuff, and it hinders my relationships with people. It impacts so much of my life. And you can get a person a car, you can get them a job, you can get them some clothes and put a hamburger in their hand, and that's all well and fine. But that mental part is the biggest hurdle I've had to face, and I can't get over it. So thank you guys for getting in the mess. To me, this is the biggest mess that exists.
You're so very welcome. We want to shout from the rooftops, just, you know, about substance use issues, mental health issues, reentry, what that is like for people. We want to shout it from the rooftops to normalize it, you know, to just get people talking, to break the stigma. So thank you so much for sharing that, Louis.
And we'll make sure we all stay connected through this whole process.
For those of you that may or may not be, there's a community-based training known as mental health first aid. And Boot Hill Counseling does it in the Missouri area. I'm a certified trainer here on the Illinois side. But please, you know, once again, churches, people of faith, any group that you're in, fraternities, sororities, that whole program is designed to give people an overview of what goes on with mental health issues and normalize the process of getting help. Just like we go to the dentist, we need glasses, whatever specialty we need to do it. Mental health should be just as routine. I'd live on the
so agree, Len. Could not agree more. So, you know, no one judges anyone who's going to the doctor for diabetes or cancer. No one judges that. We shouldn't judge anyone who gets help for mental health or substance use, period. I mean, there's no ifs, ands, and buts about it. So the more we talk about it, the more we can break this cycle. So, and break the stigma. That's what's so important. So we appreciate it so much.
Indeed, and thank you again for the honor. So many of you, so many heroes of mine are in this room today. I've worked with Jane. Dr. J and I are doing a project on policing and attitudes, and I don't want to name names. My friend Lester's getting ready to speak. I've known Mark for over 3 decades now. So I just want to say thank you. God bless you all. I'm going to put the mental health first aid link, if it's okay, in the chat box. So if people want more information about that as well. And Mr. Bartlett, I'm going to turn the floor back to you.
Well, thank you. That's so Toastmaster stuff.
I'm sorry.
So we're going to go on to the next session. Ms. Kelly is taking Mr. Seaball's place today. So Ms. Kelly, do you want to go ahead and get started?
I actually have a quick question. Because Dooley has been incarcerated and I assist the THU unit, is there a way that we can bring the mental health part into the institution? So as you're working with them to prepare to be released, you're also working on the mental health part, like you guys were talking about. Is there a way that we can bring it inside the institution to try to give them the help now? Nobody?
I guess to answer that, you know, I probably have to go through Mr. Stange and see how that process can be brought into to SECC and other institutions in the state. And I think that just like Mr. Dooley said, it's something that needs to be dealt with. And if he was able to present that information, basically with his wife, observe what he was doing, then that's something we need to address.
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
soon.
The thing for me is this: I didn't realize I was like this when I was inside. It was only until I got outside and I saw how quote unquote normal people are, because my norm had changed for as long as I was locked up. And then that's when the stuff started hitting me. And I was like, wow, like I'm everywhere I looked, I'm like, I'm messed up and I can't shake this stuff. So I definitely think mental health is an issue inside and it needs to be addressed. I just don't know. Like if somebody would have brought that up to me inside, I'd have been like, man, I'm gonna be cool when I get out. Like I ain't messed up like all them other people that's running around crazy, talking to themselves. But man, it smacked me blindly when I got out.
And that exact statement is a consistent statement. I got this, I'm good. I just need help in, finding a house. Everything else I'm cool with. But I don't believe that as a true statement.
Well,
Yeah.
we need to get on to the next presentation.
Okay.
So if you can go ahead and introduce Mr. Gillespie, please.
Lester Gillespie is a graduate from Southeast Missouri University with a bachelor's in general studies with an emphasis in criminal justice. He was employed by Susan Wesley Family Learning Center as a program director for 22 years and gained a great deal of experience in the area of his community outreach. In 2017, he decided to start Stella Counseling with the focus being community engagement and capacity building. The reason for Stella Consulting to even exist is because there's a need to connect people to life-changing resources. This means a hand up and not a hand out, and the participants must work as hard as the agent for the change. He has spent his entire life in the boot heel, and there are limited opportunities as it relates to employment. Because of high unemployment rates, individuals turn to crime and drug misuse. Therefore, they end up in the criminal justice system. And even at that, once placed on probation, individuals continue to misuse drugs and commit offenses that revokes their probation. The individuals are now in the correctional facilities and considered repeat offenders. Upon release, most offenders turn back to the same community in which contributed to their lifestyle of crime and drug use. Please help me welcome Mr. Lester Gillespie.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Let me see.
We can hear you, Lester.
Yeah, you can hear me? Okay. I
Yes,
don't know
sir.
if my screen is froze or what, but everybody is froze on my screen. So I'm not seeing much movement, but I'm gonna go ahead with my presentation.
That'll
Mark,
be
I just
fine.
need to be able to, if you can share the screen so I can put my PowerPoint up.
Oh, didn't send us one. Didn't send one. Lester, you can share the screen.
Okay. There we go. Okay. Let me. Okay. Okay. Can you guys hear me now?
We can hear you.
Hello?
Hear you.
Okay, great. Okay, I just wanted to start off by introducing myself. Of course, she read my bio, but the reason why I got into the consulting business was because I wasn't seeing, and I was kind of getting frustrated that people were working in silos, and we weren't putting ourselves in a position to be able to be inclusive and to work collectively. And so that's kind of the reason why I stepped out on faith and got into the community engagement piece of acting as a broker and connecting agencies and programs and agencies together so that we can all be on at least on one accord as it relates to serving the needs of the individuals in which we were serving in silos, but bringing all that together. So let me make sure I know it. Hold on, I'm trying to get my slides going. Okay. So the thing that I want to ask everyone that's on this conference is, what are the immediate needs of an individual that's returning back into the community? So I just want you to think about that as I go through my presentations. And then after my presentation, we're going to revisit this. Okay, so let's talk about building a community-based reentry program. Now, who should be the stakeholders? Of course, in a community, we have all of these individuals and agencies. So we definitely want these people to be involved. Our faith leaders, our community agencies that work with offenders, our local businesses, our career centers, temporary work services, law enforcement, probation and parole, and workforce development. Now, I just want to say, as far as the local business is concerned, those are the individuals who's going to be able to provide opportunity, job opportunities for returning citizens. And so we definitely want them on board. And they have so many programs on a federal level that these returning citizens can take part of, and the businesses can take part of, because they allow, on a federal level, they have a bonding program to ensure that this returning citizen is going to do a pretty decent job on the job. But if anything does happen, those individuals are bonded. Now, our career centers are so important because that's a point of contact as it relates to gaining skill sets. I don't know if many of you all heard about the skills classes that they have at the career centers, where they can go on and kind of just do a job target for themselves to see what their interests are and what they're capable of doing. And then they have funding to connect individuals to different type of training centers, in which, like, you want to become a welder, if you want to become a truck driver. So your career centers can really help you in that area, because it's all geared towards getting people in the world of work. And the Workforce Investment Act of Missouri, which is a federal program in Cape Girardeau, Missouri, they have the Career Center as it relates to the Workforce Investment Act, and moving people from being unemployed to becoming employed. And we know in so many times that when an inmate is released, they definitely need to get some skill sets so they can obtain a job. We also want our law enforcement on this involved as well. Of course, our probation and parole, and again, workforce development. I just want to talk about some of the myths that's out there when it comes to returning citizens. Some of those myths are people with criminal records have a poor work ethic. Well, a fact, we do know that most of inmates receive job assignments while in prison, and they participate in work release programs, which requires them to be meeting performance goals. So that myth is just a myth. And the fact of the matter is they are being introduced to work assignments while incarcerated. They might attract negative or coworker perceptions on a job, but the fact of the matter is, aside from the line managers, there is no need for the coworkers to know an employee's past. People involved in a myth, people involved in the criminal justice system are unreliable. Most justice-involved individuals are productive employees who are eager to demonstrate their skills in the workplace. And then the last, people re-entering society after prison are more likely to commit crimes again. Research has shown people with criminal records who are employed are significantly less likely to commit a crime again. Okay, so let's talk about the fair practices from different HRs. Employers should implement a fair interview process by following these practices. Ask only job-related questions during the interview. Consider applicants' efforts at rehabilitation and positive change. Provide the applicant with an opportunity to review the challenge of the CRA report. Eliminate policies and practices that qualify or disqualify, that automatically disqualify applicants based on criminal records. Obtain applicants' permission before requesting a background check. Keep information about the criminal records confidential. Consider only job-related convictions in the hiring process. Provide applicants the opportunity to explain mitigating circumstances related to the offense or conduct. So now we're going to step into non-discriminatory hiring process. This is comprehensive training for HR staff and a transparent process that can help employers objectively assess qualifications of justice-involved individuals. So, providing an anti-discrimination and implicit bias training to HR staff to ensure fair screening. Setting clear objectives for recruitment efforts. Instructing HR staff to consider certificates of relief from disabilities, CDR, and certificates of good conduct as a proof of rehabilitation. Conducting regular audits to determine whether criminal record screening policies are having an adverse impact on Black and Latino job applicants. And implementing a standardized selection procedure for use by the HR staff. Okay, so I'm trying to show a flow as it relates to trying to assist returning citizens back into the community. And we all know, as I said earlier, individuals who are working, they are less likely to get back involved with the criminal justice system. Okay, now we want to coordinate our efforts with the workforce development programs. So these programs provide a support to employees, to employers, and justice-involved employees to promote on-the-job success. Secondly, the workforce development programs, as I said earlier, they have a great deal of resources in which they can help a returning citizen, whether it be with transportation, which at no cost to the employer, interpersonal communication. They also have programs where they can assist in individuals obtaining their GED, which is now called the HiSET program in the state of Missouri. And they also has case management for employers with criminal histories. And I'm proud to say now they have also included peer specialists within the workforce development programming that deals with misuse of drugs. So they have definitely looked into ways in how they can do more of a wraparound session with individuals that are returning, for individuals who are returning back into the community. And I know that they have done programs at the Southeast Correctional Center with inmates, getting them ready to be released so that they be able to have a floor plan once released, and they are able to have a roadmap in which they can follow to get the services that's needed. So I'm excited about that situation. Okay, so that's enough of that part. What I want to do now, I want to do a little storytelling. I want to tell you a story about a young man who I grew up with that had spent some time out at the Southeast Correctional Center. And he
Lester, you got
had
about 2
already had his
minutes.
high school diploma. And what happened was, when he got there, he said he saw a book, a magazine talking about trucking. And so I asked this individual, can I tell his story? And he said, sure. And I said, can I give your name? He said, sure. And if any time there's someone want him to come and speak, he said, I will. So I'm going to give you that information. This young man name is Rodney Jones. He was an inmate at SECC. And he saw a magazine about trucking. And in the magazine, they had one of those turnout leafs where you can send it in and they will send you additional information on trucking. So he said at that point, when they started sending those magazines to him, he got educated on every part of trucking, whether it be the truck itself, maintaining the truck, the business aspect of trucking, the whole 9 yards. And when he got released, he went and got his CDLs and got his trucking license, CDLs to drive 18-wheelers. And then what happened was he ended up getting a job driving for a company. And once he drove for that company, he told me that he saved his monies and he bought his first truck. And he got in contact with a broker that was getting him loads throughout the United States. And so he talked about the challenges of being a trucker. And he spoke about how important it was for him to be a success because he had let so many people down in the past, including his family and including his children. So I'm proud to say now that this individual currently owns his own trucking company. He has 9 trucks. He's housed in the same city in which he had problems in that had him going to getting involved with the correction center in the first place. And so I'm so excited about what he has done, because not only has he became a owner of a trucking company, but let me show you some of his accomplishments thus far. This individual now is the NAACP president for the Charleston chapter of the NAACP. He is a lieutenant with the Mississippi County Rescue Squad. He is the proud owner of DR Pam Trucking Company. In 2021, in January, he received the Distinguished Award, the Martin Luther King Award, and he was the first to win this award in the Southeast region. It usually goes to individuals in Kansas City and St. Louis. During the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic, when we was having, and we already was in a desert as it relates to families getting food, with his trucks, he has delivered over 500 tons of food during the pandemic to families in this tri-state area. He was personally recognized by the Missouri Governor, Mike Parson, for his food distribution efforts. And he has gotten so many young up-and-coming individuals in the trucking business, and now they own their own trucks.
Leslie, you
So
have 1
I just
minute.
want to say
Leslie, you have 1 minute.
that's fine. I just want to say, through all of his accomplishments, he has proven that if you put your mind to it, even when you're in the correctional system, that you can forego all of what happened and move forward in such a way in which you can be successful. And he speaks very highly of the SEC Correctional Center, because he had individuals that was very encouraging, case managers that really was encouraging him to follow his dreams. And so real quick, I just want to talk about the community-driven approaches. I think there needs to be to form a steering committee that consists of returning citizens, city officials, employment agencies, law enforcement, community colleges, recovery centers, faith leaders, Department of Corrections, and mental health clinicians. And also, I think the goal should be educate communities at large the importance of creating a reentry action plan. Also have community campaign awareness, eliminate barriers that returning citizens may incur, and building bridges between the steering committee and the Department of Correction. And I'd like to take this time to thank you all for allowing me to be part of this wonderful Second Chance Summit. And I hope that we can get together and work collectively so that we may be able to provide an avenue as returning citizens come back into these communities, especially in the Southeast region. Thank you. And I really have enjoyed this conference.
Okay, I think I'm up. So good afternoon, everybody. It's great to see so many familiar faces on the line today. I'm Joey Hayes. I'm the Fatherhood Coordinator for the Healthy Start program here at Missouri Boot Hill Regional Consortium. I'm really excited and honored to be introducing our last speaker today, a man I actually know pretty well, Mr. Sekou Clincy. I'm not going to read out his big old card of accolades and achievements there. Y'all can read and y'all can see that. And I know Mr. Bartlett's trying to keep us on time. But I do want to just take the time to say that Mr. Clincy has done a great job of helping me in my new role, which I've been in for about 6 months. He's really done a great job of helping to acclimatize me to the fatherhood work through the Healthy Start program. He's just a source of inspiration, wisdom, information, education. I've really learned a lot from him, and I know he has a lot of great thoughts and takeaways on things to do with fatherhood involvement and any kind of re-entry work to do with men. So without any more ado, I'm going to pass over to Mr. Sekou.
All right, thank you, my brother Joey. Appreciate that. I appreciate that. All right, Mr. Mark, am I allowed to share right now? Screen share?
Yes, you are.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, so before I get started, I would just like to thank everyone, Ms. Cynthia Dean, Mr. Mark Bartlett, and all of the leaders at the Missouri Boot Hill Regional Consortium, INC. So today, the scope of my presentation is going to deal with what you are capable of doing with a organized fatherhood coalition as it relates to this topic about reentry and second chance today. So just to give a little bit about, let me go ahead and start this from the beginning. Just with our mission is, of course, it's the Community Service Council's Fatherhood Coalition. We seek to give dads skills and confidence needed to support children and mothers develop that foundation essential for the children's success now as well as later. So in terms of who we serve, let's start first with the reentry programs. As you can see, I won't go through all the bullet points, that we serve more organizations beyond the reentry programs. But since this is a conference dealing with that topic, let's go ahead and explore a little what we do in greater detail. So we have coalition members from just various organizations that are very instrumental in helping us set up the capacity to serve fathers who just so happen to be incarcerated. And so by them and, reaching out to the coalition, we're able to basically set up training with them. So if you have a reentry coordinator housed at a particular or adjacent to a correctional facility, they can basically talk to me and I will connect them with someone who can deliver a particular service that may be needed. And so we recently started working with a correctional facility here in Oklahoma, and the need was, do you have anything around the lines of the period of purple crime? We just so have someone certified to help with that particular issue. Do you have anything about fatherhood or parenting? We have someone to take care of those type things. So we're also fortunate enough to have an individual who's connected with a Methodist church who does nothing more. His whole devotion or ministry is to go to prisons, and he administers fatherhood training with them. There's a curriculum that's called Inside Out Dad. He uses that to do most of his fatherhood training with incarcerated men and so on. So again, we have several other areas, several other organizations that we work with, as you can see, barbershops, correctional facilities, nonprofits, faith-based organizations, and so on. So with respect to the faith-based organization, if you're having a unique problem at that particular church, and it's related to a fatherhood issue, that particular church can call the coalition. We'll assess what that problem is. Then we will bring someone in to train the trainer so that they can basically build that capacity and have someone there at a moment's notice to address that particular issue. If you do not know much about Oklahoma, we have some of the worst health outcomes in the country, as well as some of the worst outcomes teen pregnancy. So that is a pressing issue in our state. And so that comes up quite often. So connecting with individuals who can address elements of teen pregnancy, nutrition, and so forth, that can be done very easy if you surround yourself with the right people in a particular coalition. Moving on. In terms of services, we do a lot of things such as referrals. So education is a big one. The mentoring, parenting skills, child support consultation, that comes up so often. In wake of COVID, I've basically seen a surge of fathers who's reaching out. And by the way, there are a lot of fathers who just so happen to be single who are shouldering the whole responsibility of taking care of that child in terms of feeding them, bathing them, doing their hair, going out shopping for them, and dealing with all these complex issues with very little support. So when it comes to those things about the child support, or if it's something that's dealing with custody issues, we'll refer them to those agencies who can best help them. 9 out of 10, if it's an issue with some type of child support, custody, it has to go through a family court. So having a roster of family court specialists or family attorneys is very, very instrumental in helping them get those needs met. Now, I deal with a lot of low-income dads more often than not. We do have some who are what we would consider middle class. So when I get these calls, many of them, they just do not have a lot in terms of revenue to be able to retain an attorney. To retain an attorney in Oklahoma, you're going to need somewhere between $1,000 to $1,500 right off the bat. Okay, and then that attorney, we have so many, may let you pay out the remaining part of that in installments. So making sure that those fathers know this up front is very important, because if not, it can discourage and it can turn them off. So my whole thing is I've worked with everyone from the drug dealer to the neurosurgeon, literally, because I've been doing this well over 15 years now. And the needs are all the same. Doesn't matter about the class. It's still the same thing at the end of the day. How can I be involved with this particular child? Kids don't care about your wallet. Okay, they want your time. They want that presence there. And they do know the difference between mommy and daddy. So it's very important that we make sure that when we're working with fathers, that they know their value. Okay, because in society, not a lot of value is placed on that dad. Okay, so moving along. Now, COVID-19, of course, has presented some unique challenges. It's been over a year now that we've had to do a lot of things remotely. Whereas before, of course, we were, in person, and it was a lot easier to see and, make sure we see who we're dealing with, who we're working with, showing the facility and so forth. So now that we are still on our official lockdown, more meetings and consultations, they just going to have to, occur by way of Zoom or phone. And so with that, sometimes I feel as though that connection isn't always the same, but we do the best that we can do at the moment. And so in wake of COVID, but these are just some of the minor challenges that we have. addressing men's issues and so on, and dad's issues. Now, with respect to memberships, you may ask, well, how do you, become a part of this particular coalition? Our membership base, as I stated previously, is fairly diverse. And we have so many different professionals from all over, and they work in various lines of employment, including education, nonprofit, information technology, faith-based, law enforcement, public health, and so on. One of the benefits of allowing so many different diverse people to join the coalition is they bring so much to the table. So when we have problems, we reach out to a coalition member. Now, we do say the Fatherhood Coalition. I've had people that come to me and say, well, does that exclude mothers or women? No, it does not. I'm constantly reminding women of their value when it comes to fatherhood. And I'm going to say this, I know we're recording. No man can articulate the same value as a female when it comes to fatherhood. Why? When a young lady has a father or does not have a father, they go through the whole life course, developmental stage from the infant, toddler, child, tween, teen, and early adulthood, and so on. She has a unique set of experiences. So when fathers are convened and they want to know, how would my daughter benefit from this? Or what's the impact of me not being in the life of my daughter? Let's talk to the person who actually experienced it. Okay, so a man can't articulate that, but she can. So that's their value. So we do not discourage mothers, women from being a part of the coalition. In fact, I welcome them. So I wanted to address that, membership. A few stats that the National Fatherhood Initiative have put out is just to remind us of what we're trying to do here as it relates to this fatherless homes. Kids are, 4 times greater risk of poverty if their dad isn't involved or engaged, more likely to experience behavioral problems, and twice as likely to drop out of high school and so forth, okay? And so we all know, preaching to the choir, of course, that when dad is not around or dad is not in the picture, that kid, be it female or male, will respond in a way that may not be the healthiest for development. Women, of course, look for love in all the wrong places. Men, of course, get involved in the criminal justice system a little earlier, trying to define their manhood, not knowing that there are other positive ways, but they do not have that example. That's when it becomes potentially destructive. Not all will succumb to this. However, many will and do. And so it is imperative that we all understand that and do what we can to introduce young people to positive role models, so they know that there is another way of life, another way of living. Because if you are truncated in a particular sector in a city, you do not see this, it doesn't exist. Their perception will become their reality. It's just that simple. In terms of barriers to fatherhood involvement, of course, the number one thing is unemployment. If people basically just gained a skill or got the fundamentals they need in the public education, unemployment wouldn't be what it is today. They would have more options. On and off relationship status, poor communications, other barriers include lack of transportation, and of course, the one that's just real huge is the legal issues. Maybe have to fracture a rule, not necessarily because they want to, but they look at their choices and just say, man, I'm caught in between a rock and a hard place. Let me go out here and hustle this work in this brown bag, okay? And make deals around the corner where the sun don't shine, okay? So those things become barriers that affect fatherhood. Can you parent behind bars? Yes, you can. Because upon visitation, you can always tell your kids that this is something you do not want to do. You do have choices. Daddy may have made a poor choice and consequently has gotten him incarcerated. So there is still value there. Although dad may be incarcerated, he can still instruct young daughter or young son, if he has a relationship with him, of what not to do. So out of necessity, we had to organize the coalition into various committees. We have our training and development, social media, and then we have community engagement. We wanted to get deeper into a policy, but there have been some issues around organizing a policy committee that's going to require more expertise from a legal mind. So these are the three committees that we have presently, and I'll get deeper into articulating what they all entail. The Training and Development Committee is responsible for making presentations, attending workshops that involve fatherhood engagement. Our Social Media Committee, they seek out current trends and practices as it relates to father engagement. They also play a role in our recruitment for Community Service Council's Fatherhood Coalition. And lastly, our Community Engagement Committee. This particular committee identifies local events, social gatherings that involve father engagement. And we go out and make sure people are aware of our presence and what we have to offer. In terms of how long or how often we meet every other month. Everything now in wake of COVID is done by Zoom. We pick out a day of a time frame that works with most people's schedules, noon to 1, that's lunchtime. They can basically grab something to eat and get on to the Zoom, and then we meet and talk. I do work for another grant-funded program called Healthy Start, and so most of my time is devoted to that. This is one of the reasons we had to organize this, to structure in such a way that I will still have a little more room to go through both, organizations, Coalition and Healthy Start. So every other month works a little better for me at least, and the rest of the group. They're not obligated to meet every month and so on. What has been our impact over the last couple of years? Well, since 2016, our Fatherhood Coalition has served well over 400 fathers. We've basically had over 110 referrals that were made to different employment agencies. 75 dads completed parenting classes. 45 dads benefited from our legal referral. And that will get more into referring individuals to a family court or family law expert or an attorney to help resolve issues that they may have in child support, custody issues, and so on. And so my contact information, I'm just gonna go ahead and post it real fast. If anyone would like to call and ask how best to set up a coalition, if you have any other questions about the coalition building and the benefits of it, feel free to reach out to me. There's my contact information. You can screenshot that if you're not a fast writer and have that available. And then now at this time, I'm not sure how I'm doing on time because I believe the thing was winding down at 2. I'll entertain any questions that anyone may have at this time.
We're going to open the floor for questions for Sekou.
Can you put your info back up real quick?
Oh, sure thing. Let me go back. Let me go back. 1 second here. Is that? Oh, wait. Let me go back. Let me go back here. See here. It's toward the end at the bottom. Okay. Can you see that?
Yep. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, you can just take a screenshot or just write it down.
I'm technology challenged. I'm writing it down.
Okay, yeah, you write it down whichever way. Text me, call me, it doesn't matter. I will pick up and I will eventually respond to you. So feel free to do that.
This is Tammy at Babylon Health, and I have a question. Thank you, sir, for that information. That was great.
Thank you, Tammy.
I think 450 is a great number. I was wondering, and I apologize if you said this, do you have supports in your classes that you talk about for LGBTQ parents after they're released? A lot of people I know, that's a struggle on the outside. And then when you pair that with parenting, that's another struggle. Right. So I was just wondering what supports are in place. Thank you.
It is. So to answer your question, Tammy, since we depend on a lot of different agencies to help navigate that referral or that particular request, LGBTQT, we have an equality center here in Tulsa, Oklahoma. So if they having some issues dealing with the LGBTQ community in terms of where to go for resources, parenting and so forth, we refer them to that equality center and they can get expert information from there. So making sure that I'm abreast and the coalition's abreast of any particular nonprofits, for-profit agencies to best serve fathers who just so happen to be in the LGBTQIA+ community, we address those needs by referring them to the Equality Center.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Well, we're getting close to that time. I know there was some extra questions for Louis. If anyone has any comments or any questions, we can do it at this time. If you want to unmute yourself. Zico, you want to stop share on your end, please?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Well, if there are not any more questions, just want to remind everyone, Dr. Jenkins will be sending out a survey, and that will allow us to let us know how we're doing and what to plan for next year during Second Chance Month. But I do want to stress what Tony had said earlier, that Second Chance Month shouldn't just be in April. It's an everyday process. So if there aren't any more comments, I just want to thank everyone for participating and representing Ms. Dean, the staff and the board from Missouri Boot Hill Regional Consortium. I'm going to thank you so much for participating today. I also want to give shout out to Rhonda Diebold and Yolanda Johnson for helping me prepare this, and for Ms. Dean with her support. But I also wanted to especially thank all of these speakers and the facilitators. I had it planned out to go to 4 o'clock, but I know it would have been really long for the day. But we're going to have to revisit this issue. But again, I thank you. I think this is one of the best things we've done this year with our reentry program. And if you have any other questions, any comments, you can email them to me. And if you have any questions for one of the speakers or the facilitators, just email me and I will get that information to them.
Okay, the evaluation should be in your inbox on your email if you registered. But if you don't have it in your inbox, please feel free to email me, and the address is mjenkins4@louisu.edu.
Can you put that in the chat box, Dr. Jenkins,
Yes,
please?
it's in there.
Okay. Well, everyone, thank you so much. Have a great weekend. I have to do the Tony Loudon. You have to give that to give that heartbeat on the chest. That's what they do for Hope for Prisoners. So I'll share that's something that they do. And we will
Great
all
job,
see you
Mark.
soon.
Great
Excuse
job,
me?
Mark.
Well,
You did a great job.
It's been a blessing for everybody to be here. I've got so inspired. Now I can't give up no more now. Well, we'll be in contact very soon, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Hey, Lester, can you give me a call? Can you hear me? Hi, Miss Carolyn, you looking good? Lester, could you give me a 5-minute call when you're done, please, sir? This kind of jogged a thought. If you got a minute. Rhonda, hey, girl, thank you. Hi, I have a new picture for you and Yolanda.
Hey, Lynn.
And I have a bio, so I need to get it on file. I'm sorry, I was delinquent.
You just send it over and we'll get it put in there.
I was delinquent, I'm sorry. Because I don't like that picture.